Okay, we should be back. Okay, maybe we're good here. Maybe I'm good now. Maybe I'm good.
Yargle?
Maybe I'm good now. I don't know. I don't know if it was something. It had to. It must be something with my fucking scene because, like, when I go to my other scenes, it's fine. But if I'm on that scene where it's like full screen with my camera, it just starts freezing up. And I don't know what the deal is with that. But now I should be good. I should be back. Let me get you all queued up here. Where are you at? Where's that DC? There you are. Um,
Some of the bully thing. I'm sort of split on it. And definitely, like maybe there's some things that I would say isn't bullying, where other people say is bullying. I think like giving like some Nazi bro on the internet that like go and tell him what you think, whatever that means to you. That's fine. That's fine. But if it's part of like, if they're just like some bro and you're like in your thing is like you're saying it's a part of like a brigade or like yeah, I think it can turn into bullying if it's like so many people
well, what
doing
about
it
like,
at once.
what
So
about like bullying where, for example, um, like fat shaming, right? Like somebody gets fat shamed, and they end up, taking that energy and converting it into something positive, where, um, where they actually end up like losing weight and becoming more healthy and exercising and things like that. I would consider fat shaming like a form of bullying.
oh yeah, it's definitely bullying. Uh, and I don't think it's okay. I don't think people are do it because it's like thinking about the other person. Nor
Yeah,
do I
yeah.
think
I agree with
that
you on
is
that one. Yeah.
often responded to positively. I think like especially overweight women, but overweight guys too certainly. I think that like especially overweight women like their whole life is sort of like not being treated very well, just like sort of broadly, um, like generally speaking. So
So it's okay to bully not. Hold on. It's okay to bully Nazis, but it's not okay to bully nerds.
um, well, I didn't. But I said it. I said that. But I think that telling someone how you feel about their opinions is different from telling someone how you feel about their weight. Trying to do what is the distinction? What is the difference? I mean, it's clearly a difference. Um, for one,
Well, you can
uh,
change your opinions. and you can change your weight for the most part. I mean, I know there's like glandular hormonal people out there that can't, but for those that that does not apply, and you could just go to the gym and have less caloric intake, and you would be in a better position in general. Like I'm just, I'm curious about the boundaries of bullying and whether or not like should bullying be socially acceptable? I think it's better to have an anti-bullying general stance because there can be other ramifications of bullying that are more extreme, that no one wants to see happen in terms of like gluicide, let's call it that, without saying the S word, but but there could be there could be advantages to bullying, is what I'm saying.
But I was saying, like, when a bunch of people are piling on one guy because of something he said, because like that, I just think is bad, even if he's a Nazi or something. Like, that's more than just like one person like expressing their views or arguing with them or whatever. Like, you're part, if you're some sort of brigading, you're part of a it's like much more forceful. Like, so I'm basically saying that I don't think telling a racist person how despicable like you think that makes them in your mind. Like, I just one yeah the mm, mm,
All right, let me
they
let me
shared
give you a
their
scenario. Let me give you a scenario. Okay,
uh,
your son goes to school, and actually no, I have a great example. Let me pull this up. I'm gonna share it in the Discord too because I think this is a fucking awesome example that I saw recently. Let me pull this up real quick. I saw this and I was like, you know what? I side with the father on this one. Obviously that needs a lot of context, but I saw this and I was like, I'm sorry, but you're wrong, wife. You're wrong about this one. Um, Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Give me like a second here. Actually, you know what? Give me like 2 minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom too. So give me 2 minutes. Talk to Conrad or whoever's out there. Nader's at least there. What if Nader says, "What if it's a nerdy Nazi?" double bullying, double bullying. There's a couple people there, so talk to them. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm gonna fucking use the restroom real quick, and I'm gonna pull up this clip, and I'll be right back.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, mm, was the gates already on YouTube as well? And 1 year ago, Destiny returns to tradition. What does that mean? Mm. Oh, this one. What? Ethan Klein is smarter than you. I don't think he is. What do we do here? Oh, wait, who's that hobbit? But her talk. I don't see Ethan. Oh god. Oh wait. I thought I saw Doug was furry. Oh wait. It's nope. I didn't. Oh, now I'm just seeing things. Different chin. Different chin.
Okay, let me see if I can find this. Here it is. I got it. Okay. Okay. I'm going to share this with you.
Oh.
Little boy started reception in September.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Little boy.
Okay. Let me get this going here real quick. Okay. I'm sharing that with you. Let me know when you're ready to watch it, and I will pull it up here too.
I believe I am ready. I'm watching.
Okay. For that. And bring up this. Alright, so everybody can see it. Okay. Alright, everybody pay attention. Because this is pertinent to the topic. Some context for this, you know, a wife goes out and buys a pink backpack for her son for the school year. And what we're listening for is
reception.
Is the husband's response. All right, are you ready?
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Little boy starting reception in September. He has picked his own school bag.
I told you not to get the pink bag.
It's what he wants to have.
I don't care what he wants to have. You should have gotten the football bag like I told you.
It's his first day of school. It's his choice of backpack.
He's going to get bullied.
He's not going to get bullied. He's 4 years old.
You know how mean 4-year-old people are these days, right? He's going to get bullied. And you know what? You're going to have to deal with it. I told you not to get that bag for him.
He can have whatever he wants. We need to encourage him.
No, he can have the football bag. That's what I'm going to get him. You need to take that back and we'll get the football bag for him.
He's picked this bag. He's going to have this bag. He's his own person.
He's 4 years old. He doesn't know what he wants. He's having the football bag. He's not having the pink bag. I don't care what we say. I don't care what he says. He's not having that bag. All right? And if he gets bullied, it's your fault. I'm not dealing with any of these teachers. You deal with it. All right? I'm had enough. I'm going.
Little boy starting reception.
What do you want? I'll play it again if you want.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got it. I
Okay.
got it.
What do you think?
First of all, if you want him to have the fucking football bag, you go get it, bitch. You go get it, bitch. The fuck we doing here? He is right that he's gonna get bullied. That's true, but I don't think that's the real major point at hand. But or he could get bullied. But let the kid wear the fucking backpack. Like, I think the husband is like sort of bringing more into it than maybe it needs to be. Let him wear the baggy ones. What do you think?
I agree with the husband. No, I mean, I don't think I don't. I think that. I mean, you know, I don't know. I'm thinking like, you know, well, first of all, you have to you know, it's I'm asking you to remind me, and I'm the one that showed you the video. But did they say he was in 4th grade or that he was 4 years old?
I thought they said he was 4 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So what is he in, like kindergarten, basically? Then
I have no idea.
I don't know. I don't even know what
4
age.
is pretty young. I didn't think they were going to school at 4.
Okay. But even if it was 4th grade, it doesn't even matter. 4 years old or 4th grade.
It's not 4th grade, but yeah. Oh, but okay.
Let's even go with the charitable example and say it's 4th grade. If my son came up to me and said, "I want to take a pink backpack to school with fucking, you know, whatever," there was designs on it too. I don't know what designs on it, but I can only imagine if it's a pink backpack, it's got to be like fluffy, girly things on it, right?
It's clearly for girls.
Right? Yeah. I would say, listen, do you trust me? Do you trust me when I tell you about things that happen in the world and what kind of impacts happen when certain situations arise? You know, like if you trust me, I'm telling you right now, this is a bad idea, and you're gonna thank me for this later. For telling you, for admonishing this idea that you're going to go into 4th grade with a fucking pink backpack with a bunch of girl shit on it.
I think the bullying thing is mostly a red herring. I mean, it's true.
That kid's gonna get bullied. It's inevitable. It's inevitable.
Oh yeah. Probably gets bullied already. He's a kid who wanted a pink backpack, I think. But I think it's mostly a red herring. I don't know. He said something about the husband, something about teachers, something like. I just don't. I think he thinks it like it's a slippery slope to like gayness or something. Basic. I think the husband. It can't just be about.
No. That did not come up. That did not.
This is not
it did not. Maybe you can infer that from what he was saying, but he did not say anything about like slippery slopes or anything like that.
No, I'm saying that's
what he said was he either said 4 years old or in 4th grade, whatever the context was. Let's just go with the 4th grade example. He's in 4th grade. He doesn't know what he wants. You know, that same kind of logic could lend itself to, that the kid wants to be a pirate or some shit like that. And it's like, kids don't know what they want. You know, they think that fucking they can be a dinosaur if they want to or whatever. That's like the context he was saying. I don't think there was like some kind of homophobic inevitability about it.
No, I think that's definitely there.
I think you can infer that. I think you can infer that, but that's not what he said.
I was inferring it. Yeah, I was inferring it. I didn't catch one part. Like he said something. He muttered something about the teachers. I think it was inaudible, but I think he was just too. His stance was too against it and too angry. And he's right that probably some bullying incoming, but no, I think it's much more than about the backpack for the husband, basically. Just a red herring for me. I think it's not like a calm, collected. And he's gonna get bullied. I think like he's not gonna. Okay, he wanted the pink backpack. What if we just what if we get him the football one and do this blah 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 and ask him later?
Well, wait, okay, hold on. So are you against the husband or are you for the wife?
I'm for the wife at this point.
Or are you for the kid because America?
Look, we're at the store and it's like, give the kids some pushback or whatever, but like, man, I don't know the kids. You know what? I know kids at your age. I know kids at the school, and they don't like this backpack that, or whatever. Like give them some pushback, but goddamn, like you got out of the store and like, get one of the pink one. More power to them. Like at this point, like now we're having an argument about the kid wants a pink backpack, and just like, okay, fuck it, why not? We already bought it. We're gonna go out of our way to go return the backpack.
Yeah, and going to return the backpack is not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Just go back to the store. You got your receipt. Say, I don't even want to return it. I just want to exchange it. That's not a big deal. That's not a hurdle. That's not an obstacle to this argument, from my perspective. In 2025, with all the modern convenience we have, like the returning of the backpack is not an issue. It's not a big deal. But you have to have those uncomfortable conversations about, like, okay, if my son came up to me and said, look, I like this pink backpack, I would just be like, look, I'm not going to allow you to take this backpack to school, and you're going to thank me for it later. You're going to thank me for it later. Now, when you become 18 and you go to college and you have like this deep-seated hatred for me because I never gave you the pink backpack, and you go to your first semester at university, and the thing that you want to do most is get a pink backpack because you're not at home anymore, then you know what? By all means, go ahead, because I don't want you to harbor this hate for your rest of your life, But I'm telling you right now, your life for the next what would it be? Eight grades. Your life for the next 8 grades between now and high school is going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot easier because I helped you make this decision right now to not have the pink backpack
in a year or two.
What's that?
Year. He could have a new backpack in a year or two.
Right.
So what you're saying?
Right. So
different?
No, no. What do you mean? Like in a year or two, he might want the pink backpack still? Now he's in 7th grade or whatever?
I mean, yeah, or just get him a new backpack next year, or if he doesn't want the pink one anymore, next year or the year after that. I mean, I was saying they get new backpacks every couple of years, like. So I don't. The idea that's like the next 5 years or 6 years are going to be significantly different because of this one decision about your backpack.
Okay, let's do this then. Let's do this. Your son says he wants the pink backpack. Casey's like, okay, no problem. Here's the pink backpack. He goes to school. First day of school, he has the pink backpack. He comes home with a black eye. And he says, I got beat up because I got a pink backpack. What do you do? Where do you go from there in terms of how you deal with the conversation, the fallout? Do you talk to the parents about it? I mean, I don't even care how you deal with it externally, but internally with your son, like, what do you do?
I mean, the same way you go about dealing with bullies and however you would do it. I mean, talk to the kid, tell him. I would start off with like, you should try to deal with this yourself if you can. Let's make it a plan going or something. Eventually, I would step in and go talk to the parents. That's you don't want to do that. You'll probably admit it, make it worse. But let me twist it on you.
Okay, go ahead.
What if we're in we live in San Diego? I don't know. We're Portland, North Portland, and all the boys have pink backpack, and if you just show up with footballs on your backpack,
right,
you're gonna get bullied. Probably. These kids, like, they're viciously, violently woke. These kids, they if they think you're like a conservative or something, they're gonna get bullied.
Right.
You have the same opinion?
I mean, yeah, those kids are wrong. Their parents are wrong.
Whoa. Who's wrong?
You're saying if my kid's going to school in Portland and all the other boys are wearing pink backpacks and my kid gets bullied because he has the football backpack.
Yep.
What would I do?
Well, I'm saying, would you make the same decision? Would you go return the backpack?
No, I'd moved from Portland. What was I doing there to begin with?
Whoa, 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 whoa!
I get the fuck out of there, dude. If I'm living in an area where everyone's a Nazi, what am I gonna do? Just be like, you Nazis are bad, or am I gonna move away from it? I'm gonna move away from it. If all the boys in that area have pink backpacks, something ain't right there. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it ain't right, man. It ain't right.
But so it's not about the backpack.
It's about gender norms. It's about,
There we go.
It's about gender norms. It's about
yeah.
like things that have been culturally accepted for decades, if not centuries.
It's not about the bullying.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I mean, so are you saying that the dad in that video was inherently wrong? Like, it wasn't because of bullying that he was doing that? It was because of gender norms? Like, the gender norms need to change in order for that kid to not get bullied? Instead of...
I think he didn't like the idea of his son having having a pink backpack. Because of whatever that might also mean for that son, or, again, like maybe he says some like slippery slope thing. I don't know. Like,
okay.
Next is gonna be the
okay. You know what? Fine. We can go this route. No problem.
I think the bullying in this instance, because notably like the emotion that the husband had, like it didn't feel like a calm, collected, like, well, I think you might get, it felt like a more of an emotional, like more of a, I'm against this, on its face, and irregardless, the bullying seems like a red herring to me. That was my point. That if you can guarantee that he wouldn't be bullied, I think the husband would still not want the pink backpack for his son.
Do you think that there's ever a scenario where a parent should step in and stop a child from making a decision?
Yes.
Right. Kids shouldn't touch stoves. They shouldn't jump off the roof. That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Does it stop at backpacks then, or?
Yeah, I think you could have whatever backpack you want.
Okay.
I don't think that's an extreme position. You do you, boo. America.
No, I still disagree, but I'd need more time to flesh out this argument. I like when we had the debate, I had a lot of time to prep for it, but this is just something I came up with on the fly. Like I said, I'm just like reading notes from my cell phone. This one to me still seems more like bullying than gender roles. But if I asked you, is the father saving his son from a lifetime of bullying, would you agree or disagree with that?
Disagree.
Okay. If I asked you, is the father saving his son from at least one grade's worth of bullying, would you agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, I think he could be saving him from some bullying.
Okay.
But I don't think that's the main purpose behind his opinion. Oh, also, trap card, bullying builds character. That's
well, that's where all this started from. That's where all this started from. What was it? It was bullying is not always bad, right? That was the original argument. Now here's my trap card. Let's say I'm the husband in that scenario, right? I'm in the kitchen with the wife. She shows me the pink backpack. What I would do is this. Instead of instantly dismissing it, I would go up to my son and say, here's the situation. You're going to school this first day without a backpack, okay? And when people ask you, where's your backpack? You're going to say, look, I'll bring a backpack tomorrow. And you're also going to say to everyone, teacher, potential bullies, future friends, whatever it is, whoever you need to tell, you need to go in there and tell everyone that you're coming to school tomorrow with a pink backpack. And if you touch me, I'm going to fucking punch you in the face. Okay? If you bully me, I'm not going to care about it. And if you're a teacher concerned about, you know, the decisions that the parents are making on my behalf, it's not going to matter. Because I, as a fourth grader, have autonomously decided that I'm going to bring a pink backpack to school, and it's going to start tomorrow. And I'm going to tell my son that he needs to walk into school and say that. And if he does that,
He needs to say that? This is late.
Yeah.
He's not going to do that.
he needs to do all that. He needs to go in and own it before it happens. I'm giving that.
Him walking in with a pink backpack isn't owning it?
Look, imagine how much better your life is or could be if one day you say, I'm going to tell everybody that I'm going to fucking walk in with a pink backpack. Or just walk in with the pink backpack thinking that you're just going to have a normal day at school, right? You go in and you say, look, here's my bagged lunch, okay? I got a couple, I put some fucking crayons and markers in a fucking Ziploc bag. You know, I got a pencil, I got a fucking whatever. I got everything I need for today. But tomorrow I'm going to come in here with a pink backpack. And if any of you fucking people have a problem with that, then we're going to have issues. That's what I'm going to tell my son. You need to go in there and explain the pink backpack before you walk in. Because I think that will at least give him some kind of a proactive sense of enacting incentives for yourself. Meaning you're going to set yourself up for success. If anybody has a problem with my pink backpack, hey, we're gonna have a problem, okay? But tomorrow I'm coming in with a pink backpack, and none of you motherfuckers are gonna say anything about it. I'll tell my son to do that, and if he still wants to come in with a pink backpack that day, hey, you know what? Have at it. Have the pink backpack. You let everybody know. But you're a fourth grader. You don't know anything about the world. You're learning things as you go. And I'm someone who's supposed to watch over you, who's supposed to give you the best chance and the best advice to give you a shot at life that you're gonna love life because of how you were raised, because your parents put you in this loving position where all they do is care about you. All right. If I care about you and I love you so much, you go in and you tell them about your pink backpack. And if you still want to bring that pink backpack in that next day, then you know what? Here it is. Go ahead with all these fucking, fucking lipstick, and whatever, fucking Barbie dolls on it, whatever. I don't care what's on the backpack. But if you want that pink backpack, you're going to tell everybody you're bringing a pink backpack tomorrow. All right. And then I'd be okay with it. But the first day doing it blindly without not knowing what the fuck the world's going to throw at them, no, ain't happening. Now there's standards that are different, right? So for example, if I had a daughter and she came in and she went to Walmart with my wife and bought a fucking blue football backpack or whatever, right? I'd be less worried about that. Will it be a little bit weird because the other girls have pink backpacks? Yeah, but is she going to get bullied? I mean, probably way less likely. Is it still a possibility? Yeah, but it's way less likely. I mean, girls can do. A girl's life is a lot more flexible than a man's life. A man's life is very kind of predetermined. Now that doesn't mean you need to grow up and be like a stereotypical fucking male or whatever. If at some point you're 18 and you're in college and you're gay or neurodivergent or whatever, there's a lot to be said about an adult living his own life. But a young man, from grade school to high school, that's a limited window to get the right formula down. For someone who's going to be like well adjusted and kind of wants to fucking kick life in the nuts. So with a girl, I don't know, whatever. The standards would be different. I wouldn't care if my wife came home with a football backpack for my daughter. But if my son came home with a pink backpack, I would tell him, look, here's your best play right now, okay? You go in and tell everyone tomorrow that you're wearing a pink backpack. And if you still want to wear that pink backpack tomorrow, then you go ahead and do it. But I'm just letting you know that that's the better play. That's the better play. It's better than going in day one and having and then being instantly traumatized by how people receive you. That's the only way. That's the only way I can say the pink backpack working. What do you think? Let me see. I want to see what the chat says here. Conrad, does that really happen? Is pink that big a deal? Yes, it is that big a deal here. You are right. Get him a neutrally looking backpack. Grand Designs, yes. Birdman, what's bullying? It's like a general term, right? Yeah, I know. I defined it, but I gave a very debate bro definition of it. In 7th grade and 8th grade, would just punch me like 3 or 4 times a day in my stomach or chest. He was in a gang. He didn't build character. Okay. Crayons are a meal item. Yeah, Nader would say that. What kind of degenerate uses crayons to color? They are food. Yeah, that's some marine shit right there. Okay, my kid's experience was much different than mine. Everyone is gender fluid, non-binary, pansexuals, so they don't bully each other. I don't know if 4th graders are pansexual, but I think. Look, my only attempt to meet you halfway on your argument is that I am not opposed to my son in 4th grade bringing a pink backpack to school. If he comes in the first day and he tells everybody that tomorrow I'm going to have a pink backpack, and if you have a problem with it, you go fuck yourself. If he comes in and he does that, I'm cool with it. I'm fine with it.
I just don't think
Because as a father, it's my duty to inform my son how the world works. And if my son thinks that he could just walk into the world with a pink backpack and nothing bad's going to happen to him, that's wrong. And he's either going to learn a hard lesson because of it and become traumatized, or I can give him the heads up and say, if you want this pink backpack so bad, then let everyone know what your deal is, and then come tomorrow with the pink backpack. And if you still want it, hey, go at it, you know? And when people tell me, hey, what's your son doing with the pink backpack? I'm like, look, my son owns it. He likes the pink backpack, and that's where I'm at, you know? He went in, he fucking owned it. He told everybody what the deal was, and that was it. That's my.
I see the difference between that and just walking in with a pink backpack and owning.
What's the difference? What do you mean? What's the difference?
I mean, you're gonna walk in and you're gonna own it. I mean,
the difference is I'm telling my son that this pink backpack, regardless of how inconsequential you think this is, will be a big deal to somebody. Some asshole kid out there is gonna think that you are fucking, you know, gay or fruity or whatever, and they're gonna punch you in the face, or they're gonna fucking traumatize you verbally and emotionally, and you can have that experience, or you can come in and tell everybody that you're gonna fucking own the pink backpack, and if you have a problem with it, then we'll figure out a way to deal with it. But tomorrow I'm coming in with a pink backpack. And that's showing my son agency and ownership.
They're gonna bully him either way.
Hey, yeah, but at least my son's ready for it, as opposed to going into it fucking blindly.
Well, how does it make it? How does it make him ready for it by like making some weird declaration? Like, what isn't it? Just isn't the him ready for it? Just like you telling him.
Okay, well let me put it to you this way then. If your son comes to you and says in 4th grade, you know, I picked out the pink backpack. Tomorrow's the first day of school. Are you gonna say, well, good luck, little Casey. Hope you have a good day at school, and that's it, and just fucking send him on his way?
No, I'm gonna tell him that the kids aren't gonna like it. I'm gonna tell him that.
Okay.
Some kids are.
All right, so you're gonna give your son a heads up, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell.
Okay, I'm doing the same thing. I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah, I don't see how making him have this declaration thing is. I mean, yeah, like it make sense to like tell the kid, have him be able to reconsider, heart to heart, you know. But and I mean, if he's stubborn, like have at it, boss. I don't, you know that. I just don't see how this weird declaration.
Well, okay, then I don't think we disagree on anything. If you and I both agree that we would warn our sons about the impact of a pink backpack on the first day of school, then we don't disagree at all. We just have like a varying method about how we approach it. But we don't disagree on telling our son on the first day that this is going to have an impact.
So the husband in the video, he wasn't necessarily about that life.
No,
he was stone cold. He's not having a pink back.
No, yeah. I agree with his sentiment. I don't agree with his approach, but I agree with his sentiment. I mean, obviously he has a concern. He knows what it was like to be a 4th grade boy. He remembers what that was like. He knows that if he would have walked into class with a pink backpack, he would have got his ass kicked. He knows that. That's why he's telling his wife what he told her. But my point is that you and I don't disagree. We would still tell our son, hey, you might be in a world of shit for this pink backpack, just to let you know. I'm just saying, hey, I'm giving you better advice than I would have ever gotten, which is to go in and fucking let people know that you're going to do this. And then you receive all the criticism you want, you know? And if you still want that backpack, that pink backpack, then go for it. If you don't, then I'll go to Walmart and I'll fucking exchange it for the football backpack or whatever. Or a neutral backpack. It doesn't matter. It could just be like a gray backpack with no designs on it. Doesn't matter. But you're saying, well, I'll tell my son, hey, you can wear the pink backpack, just let you know, you might receive some bullying, there might be some you know, it's the same thing, except I'm giving my son a 1 day heads up on a shit ton of trauma that he might carry on for fucking years, who knows, throughout the rest of his, you know, young academic career, versus you're saying, you know what, I'm going to let my son do the America thing and just go with the backpack, but I am still going to let him know that he might get bullied for it.
I do think you're overemphasizing the backlash. Like, I don't think this is anything that's gonna be relevant. You know, in a year, you know, to this kid or whatever. No one's gonna remember like, oh yeah, you know, don't even remember, you know, in 6th grade whether who had the pink backpack in 4th grade or whatever. Yeah, I had fucking pink rollerblades because they were my sisters.
Right.
I didn't get bullied. I don't, and no one probably remembers that I had pink rollerblades. I don't. I mean, even if I did get bullied for it or whatever, yeah, basically, it's just like everyone moves on, and kids are kids. They move on quickly. I don't know. I don't think it's like
possibly.
Yeah. Possibly,
but not possibly too. Sometimes it's just like one of those classic situations that just isn't that bad, and sometimes it is. I got somebody in here called Globalize My Agenda 69. Says I'd never let my son go to school with a pink backpack. Exactly. Look, you know what? I am fine with my kid going to school with a pink backpack, but he has. It's in his best interest that he comes to school first day with just like a plastic shopping bag from fucking the grocery store, full of the things that he needs, and he's carrying it into class. And people are like, "Oh, where's your backpack?" And he'd be like, "I just want to make an announcement about that, okay? Right now in this bag, I have everything I need for today, okay? Right now we're just doing introductions. You know, we're doing a little bit of coloring." Nothing too crazy. But tomorrow I'm going to come in here with a pink backpack, okay? And if any of you have a problem with it, you can fucking suck my dick, all right? That's what I want. I want my kid to go in there. Obviously not 4th grade saying things like suck my dick, but I want my kid to go in there with that kind of energy. Just to be like, when I come in here tomorrow and I have a pink backpack, if you got a problem with that, then just let me know. We'll figure it out. But I didn't want to come in here with a pink backpack and just fucking think that I'm you know, owning the world. I know that there's assholes out there. I know that there's bullies out there. Some of you are some of the worst bullies on the planet. Some of you will never leave this town. Some of you, the peak achievement in your life will be getting a job at the fucking grocery store down the street, and you will never leave this fucking town, okay? Meanwhile, I plan on doing big things with my life, and one of those things that I want to do involves getting a fucking pink backpack. So tomorrow I'm coming in with a pink backpack. That's what I want my kid to be. All right. I'm gonna give my kid that same that 1 day heads up. And if my kid comes home and says, you know what, I told everybody about the pink backpack, and you know, some people laughed, some people clapped, I don't care. I still want it. Mom, throw everything in my pink backpack. I'm fucking taking it to school. Then I would be like, you know what? That's my fucking son right there. That's my son. You go in there and you with that fucking pink backpack, all right? You go. You do it.
There's also sort of weird cruelty to having him declare it. Like,
that's what is weird and cruel about that. That's like taking initiative. That's just being proactively confident. Like, kids in 4th grade don't know how to do that kind of thing. So it's like starting them early on a level of confidence that people normally don't achieve until they're fucking teenagers. Maybe.
I mean, you're sort of like, hey, everyone, key in on this tomorrow because I'm gonna have a pink backpack. Just so you're all ready to bully me, I'm gonna walk in here. Just so you're all just like you're all aware of this all at the same time. Tomorrow I'm gonna have that pink backpack. So, meanwhile, he gets bullied that day for being the poor kid with the fucking plastic bag.
It's not gonna matter. That's not gonna matter at all.
Oh, poor kid gonna get bullied.
Poor kid with the plastic bag is better than day one with the pink backpack, walking in blind to a world of bullying that they've never seen in their life.
Oh, I think it's
definitely is, dude.
Debatable. Yeah.
It's definitely debatable. Definitely debatable.
You know, at least the pink backpack. I don't know. Make up a lie. It's your sisters or something. I don't want my kid. I don't want my kid in fourth grade to start thinking that like. I think I don't want my kid in fourth grade to be like lying is really effective, and then all of a sudden my kid's lying to me now because he learned it from me. Go in and lie. No, because then they're gonna be like, okay, well if I could do it in school, I could do it at home, and I'm like, no, I'd rather you not lie to me at home. Trust me, I'm here. My only job for 18 years of your life is to look out for you and help you make the best decisions possible. And if you lie to me, that's really complicating things because it's like lying to a doctor. If you have fucking cancer and you come into a doctor's office saying you have a fucking itch on your arm because you went to the beach that day or whatever, then the doctor's never going to know to look for some fucking cancer that's actually eating you out because they're just going to be like, oh, well, I got to figure out how to cure this itch on your skin because you went to the beach. No. I want my kids to be honest with me. And I'm going to be honest with my kids, too. At some point, that's going to even teach me how to be honest with my kids, because at some point, I'm going to have to teach them about the birds and the bees and fucking, politics and like all kinds of things where you have to have these uncomfortable conversations with them about how life actually works. But I just wouldn't let my kid blindly, day one, go in with a pink backpack. There's no way. I mean, like I'm trying to meet my, you and I are arguing about this at the moment, but in reality, like we would be having these arguments with our wives, or at least I would. And if my wife was sitting here telling me, no, he picked the pink backpack and that's what he's going to school with, and I'd be like, look, I'll tell you what, I'm happy with my fourth grade son having a pink backpack in fourth grade, but only if he owns it on day one and does it this way. And if you're not okay with that, then fucking I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why. Why did you choose me as a husband if you didn't think I would be a good father? If I'm a good father to my son, this is where it needs to go, and you have to trust me on it. What? That she's not the good mother?
She's. It's not. Oh, that's a kiss of death right there. Because telling a woman she's not a good mother, that's the ultimate dagger. I'm not saying she's not a good mother, but she doesn't know what it's like to be a boy. She doesn't know. She knows what it's like to be a girl. That's why she thought it would be a good fucking idea to buy a pink backpack to begin with. But if we're talking about having our son and her thinking that he can just go about the world and do whatever he wants because America, or because 2025, or because fucking whatever reason she justifies thinking that it was just okay to buy a pink backpack and not even think twice about it. Whatever reason that is, I would just be like, look, I understand why you did this, and it's because you're compassionate and sensitive and all those things, but you were never a boy, so you don't understand what it's like to grow up as a boy. And I'm telling you right now, there's only a few ways to handle the pink backpack situation, and I think that I have the best approach. I'm not saying that you have to return the pink backpack right now, but I want my son to fucking do this one thing and go in there and tell everybody he's going to bring a fucking pink backpack, okay? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. If you wanted him to have a pink backpack anyway, and he goes in there and owns it and comes in there with a pink backpack, then you win. You win because you wanted the pink backpack and you bought it. So now he gets to have it and he gets to fucking but I at least know that I have a son going out into the world that's owning who he is. And I instilled that in him. I gave him that direction. I gave him that confidence.
I don't think that owning it. I don't think you have to warn people about who you are if you're just trying to be you.
Yeah, but you're also saying that if that's the case, then you're saying that fourth graders know everything that they need to know, and they don't need any guidance at all.
No, they need guidance.
Okay, then what kind of guidance do they need? If they need guidance, then what kind of guidance do they need? Not the everything but the pink backpack. You know?
Having them make this declarative statement, I don't think that's guidance. It's a weird.
Look, that's just my version of it. Another guy, another dad out there might have a different approach. You have a different approach. You would still warn him about it, right?
Yeah.
You'd do the same thing that I would do, except you would delay it. You would not delay it by one day. I would say that day is so important. First day of school, that first day is so important that I want to delay it just so that you have a threshold that you can manage, that you can be in control of. Whereas you're saying, I'm going to do the same thing that you're doing, Legate, except he can go on day one with the pink backpack.
You said that you were doing it so that he could learn to own who he is, but
right.
I just don't think that's what you're doing. Because
what am I doing?
That. You have to have him. He has to go warn everyone about who he is instead of just doing it. It was what everyone else thinks that matters more than him doing what he wants to do. That's the lesson that you're instilling.
Well, what everyone thinks is what's going to cause the bullying. What I'm trying to do is prevent him from going through the bullying. If he comes in with a plastic bag with fucking crayons and a fucking sandwich, yeah, he might be seen as the poor kid for a day, but nobody cares about the poor kid. They care about they care about the kid with the pink backpack more.
Depends where you live. No, it's debatable. I would tell you it's highly debatable. Absolutely, poor kid. Oh, poor kid get bullied.
He's gonna get. I got Birdman saying he's gonna get thrown in the dumpster first day for being the poor kid. Conrad, what if he wants to piss in the school hall and that's who he really is? Well, no, that's not cool. I mean, if I didn't, fourth grade, if he's pissing in the school hall, then I got bigger problems to fucking deal with than the pink backpack. Did he say crayon sandwich? Makes me hungry. Yeah. Dater's stuck on the marine memes. Grooming is a part of guidance. Weird. Conrad, grooming is a part of guidance. I don't know. Look, at the end of the day, we're both gonna do the same thing, except we're gonna delay it a day. Like you would say, hey, look, you're gonna get bullied if you bring this backpack to school. And I'm just saying, hey, look, you're putting the bullies on notice that now you're the new sheriff in town. Okay, you're not gonna be fucking subjected to this bully shit. You still want to bully me when I come in tomorrow with this fucking pink backpack, then at least I fucking gave myself a heads up. I gave you a heads up. Everybody's on notice right now. And the teacher knows that fucking, I am aware of the decisions I'm making versus the teacher saying, what the fuck was these parents thinking by giving their son a pink backpack on the first day? Let me call Child Protective Services on them, What the fuck, man?
Yeah, fine. I don't think you're instilling the lesson he said you were in for this husband particularly. Again,
I think he's right. I just think I think
it's not. I think it's obviously about more than just bullying. I think obviously the way he responded to
right. Yeah, he could be like, I don't
this.
I don't want my son to become a fucking this or that. I understand. Yeah,
I think that's even if it's not conscious, even if it's somewhat subconscious. Like we're making this decision right now. Like fuck that.
Yeah, no, I understand that. No, if my son ended up being gay, look, it would. I'm not gonna lie, it would definitely fucking hurt me a little bit that my bloodline is fucking not as secure as I thought it was going to be, but I'm not going to disown my son. Like that's my son. He's still a great guy, and I'm not fucking homophobic. So as long as he chooses a fucking husband, that's great, and I don't care. But in terms of like my son growing up with fucking elementary school trauma, I'm going to take as many steps as I can to avoid that. I think that plays a large part in people's lives than they'd like to admit. Definitely happened to me.
I think you're right.
A lot of people.
Secretly, I want the trauma for him. The little tiger. Secretly.
No, but sometimes it's not good. No, I understand. Like sometimes trauma makes people better or stronger. Yeah, whatever. There's that. But I want, I fourth grade. I want my son to have the biggest leg up he could possibly have. So that's my take on it. What's the chat saying here? Conrad, how is this the longest topic? Being gay is in significant part still socially determined. If you can protect your son from SA,
Socially-
he won't be gay.
That's amazing.
I knew Casey was gonna have a take on that one. That was Conrad.
I mean, all of that is just wrong for all of the reasons. But let me say that there was one. There's an like thing where like you were like I'm the guy. I know this. I'm the boy, or I mostly don't like that argument, but
Right.
I do remember a get the Corolla. I used to like listen to like this Love Line episodes when I was at work. Anyway, there was a call in about the woman.
What do you
who
mean,
was
like
in a
Dr.
fight with her-
Drew and all that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Love Line tape.
Finally, Mars has
was in a
accepted my
fight with
sacrifices
her
and
husband
unleashes me.
because
Oh, globalized. Thank you for the
she
follow.
wanted,
Welcome to the Legion.
he wanted circumcision and she didn't want that, and it was like a big deal. And I mean, I think you have to give it up. You have to let the guy the guy has a penis. Like wants his son to have like a similar penis. I'm sorry. That's just so. It's just like I think that's like a guy. That's a guy decision. Like I thought this woman was very wrong. I remember being outraged at this woman. I was like, for some reason, it was just like.
Hey, wait, you're saying
He's the guy.
he wanted it and she didn't?
It could have been reversed.
Okay, but either
whatever
way,
it was, I thought like it's the guy's decision. This is like if you're gonna hung up on this, like if you want to let the husband decide the circumcision or enough, like good luck with the rest of the marriage, because this is I don't know, this is like I don't know, I can't really explain it. It's like cuts a certain way, just like he has a penis, so he should like that to have his kid's penis be like a weird version of penis. Like, and again, I don't even remember what version. I don't remember what each one was arguing for. Whatever one he had, like I think everyone would want their son to have that basically.
Okay.
I think that's like the default. And woman, what do you know? You've never had a penis. The fuck?
right, yeah.
You've touched a couple, but what's it to you? What is it to you? I remember being outraged.
Okay.
Is that you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on, I'm trying to like pick a background video to play. Okay. Yeah, no. I mean, like personally, like I'm circumcised, and I obviously had no choice in that. You know what? That's actually one I never thought about. I never thought about what if I had a son, whether or not he'd be circumcised. From what I hear, there's like all kinds of like weird things to consider if you're not circumcised in terms of like, bacterial growth or how
Smegma.
you wash yourself or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Like there has to be different rules or whatever. But I think medically it's not that well. Like medically, it's better to get it's not that clear. So like there's nothing with that. Like yeah, you need to wash better or something.
Right. Yeah.
But it's not like if you're looking through science to like make the argument for you, it's not that clear. Not at all clear. In fact, the rate of I was very surprised. At some point, we were looking at the rate of botched circumcisions. It's even in today in the modern world, in the U.S., in Canada, I don't remember the number, but maybe it was like 1 to 3%, or it was I don't know what the botched qualifies, but like I just remember it being substantially higher than what I expected it to be. When circumcisions go bad, they go bad apparently sometimes. I don't.
Yeah.
Even,
Globalized, my agenda says no circumcision doesn't change anything. Just wash your dick and it's fine. Yeah, you know what though? I the way I'm like looking at it is the same way I look at my hair, like or lack thereof. Like I don't have any hair, and I only grow hair on my sides now. And I just shave my head. I shave my head every day or two, and I love it. And like it's like so chill. And I'm thinking to myself, Fucking yeah, like if somebody said to me now, you can have a full head of hair, would you want to have that? And I'm like, no, I it's not even like I like my identity. I actually like just not having hair because it's way less to manage. All I have to do is like shave my head once in a while, and that's cool. Instead of like having a fucking head of hair and fucking shampooing it, conditioning it. I already have to do that anyway with my beard. I don't need to have a whole another set of hair to fucking figure that out with. I don't even remember what it was like having hair. It's been so long. Like, I've been shaving my head for like 20 years. And I know that at the very least, if you like have to like equate that to circumcision, then it's like, okay, if you have a circumcision when you're fucking, 3 months old, or I don't know how old they are when they get it, but if you're that young and you don't remember it, and fucking, you go about your life and it's like, okay, well, I had it and whatever, my my dick is the way it is. But if you have to have it when you're 25, that I imagine that's going to be a painful and memorable, and it's going to suck.
The Philippines, they do it like at 12, and
Oh,
I
really?
assume that's because the more mature body or whatever, the bigger things, like less screwing up or whatever. I assume that there is a very like physical like statistical reason they do that. But and the boys that are like too afraid and end up not doing it, they're like they have a special like name they call those boys or something. Basically, the version of like penis pussy or something. Anyway, so sort of derogatory, like you chickened out, you and put away the fuck that, like, fuck that.
Penis pussy. That's amazing.
I don't know, but yeah, no, fuck that. At 12? No. Nope. Sorry, too late.
We gotta hit the last topic.
All right.
Because it'll give me reason to take more notes later anyway that I can hit you with, because I like going down these rabbit holes. It was duty. Yeah, it's duty. Although the only note that I have for it is man's duty versus women's duty. And so I assume what I was thinking when I thought that was, do men have any duties? Does man have a duty to himself, to his woman, or to his significant other, or to society? Do men have a duty? Like let's put it this way. Does a man have a duty to provide and protect for his family?
Yes.
Okay. Do women have any duties?
Well, the same.
The same? Well, I guess you're technically not wrong. What men provide and what women provide might be different, but they still provide, and both are probably tasked with protecting. So you're not technically wrong. I don't know. Does the concept of duty take you anywhere in the same way that we went? Like, I don't have a rabbit hole like I did for nobility, but in the way that we thought about nobility, does duty take you anywhere in terms of discourse or thought provocation or? Like police officers have a duty to uphold the law, right?
Yes.
Right. I mean, like we can quibble about like the nuances of language there, but for the most part, like cops are supposed to uphold the law. That's their duty. Doctors have a duty to, fucking, I don't know, whatever doctors do, fucking, protect the sanctity of life. I don't know what a doctor's duty was, but I think we'd both agree that doctors have a duty, right? Men have a duty. We both agree on that. Do women have a duty that isn't providing and protecting? Right? If it like we could say it's the same thing, but is that essentially the same thing that the man is doing? Could be. I guess it could be. I'm just trying to explore duty the same way we explored nobility. Conrad, duty not to be racist. Okay. Got you.
Is it
Doesn't even
I
have
mean,
to be
yeah.
about. It doesn't even have to be like towards kids. Like, you know, men have a duty to protect and provide. It could be for women. It could be for their wife. It could be for their parents. You know, once they're elderly. It could be for, like in a Good Samaritan kind of situation. I imagine duty would still apply to men. I don't know. I don't know if it would be the same thing for
I
women.
just yeah, I just remembered like the example, or I was thinking about this somewhat, or something came up recently. I was thinking like, oh, that's a man. That's what a man does, or something. I just remembered what it was. So like sometimes I do that. I mean, I'm not absent of like of gender roles being a thing at all or whatever. I do feel the thing that comes up. The thing was I don't know if you're aware of the whole like Ethan Klein and then going after iDubbbz at all. Content cop, big deal.
Yeah,
big deal.
I've only glanced at it recently. I know it's a fucking shit show, but I have not paid attention to it because one, it gets conflated. I mean, I know him and Hassan had a big debate recently, and obviously that's very topic oriented. But another thing too is like the involvement with other people, including like iDubbbz and fucking Gila and fucking Frogan, like all these fucking people. I don't even know what's going on with all that stuff. You'll have to like give me like a quick and dirty update about it.
And actually, I just remembered it. It wasn't about Ethan. Actually, actually, sorry, it was related, but it was about Sam Hyde actually.
Okay.
He also has a beef with some iDubbbz, sort of. But he's part of this crowd of like they think iDubbbz like went woke or something because he doesn't drop the N word constantly on his videos anymore.
Right. Okay.
Actually, yeah, forget about the Ethan thing I mean, it's sort of all related, but yeah, the idea that like Sam says like just like pretty like horrible stuff about iDubbbz about his wife, who's also a streamer or whatever. But and then I think it was something like when they like kick someone off of their streamer event because he was training with Sam Hyde or something. But and like yeah, but basically like if you're gonna attack a guy's wife or whatever, like there's gonna be emotion involved. There'll be like I do feel like there's gonna be like any guy, any man is just like you're not gonna take that sitting down. Like you're gonna call your I don't know, like Sam, being the edge lord that he is, like some this the vicious stuff that I don't know you might direct at a woman. Like when he comes at you, when iDubbbz comes at you, like you just gotta expect that. What like he's gonna agree with you that his wife that pulls his strings or something. No, he's gonna come after you, and that's what should happen. Like I don't know, like I just remember
having iDubbbz is coming at Ethan for that.
Sorry, forget about Ethan. It's sort of related, but Ethan also says things about his wife, but
okay.
But not as bad as like Sam Hyde or whatever. Yeah, sorry. I was just trying to corral this thought that I had the last couple of days. But I remember just thinking like, that's what a man does. Like you better expect it. You better fucking expect it. Like, yeah. So just like, I do like acknowledge some difference in gender roles or whatever. Like, yeah, you could. There's not being a man and being a man, basically.
Right.
And the opposite of a man is pussy bitch, basically.
Okay.
In certain situations.
All right, so
If a man wants to be a woman,
is there
that's
some
cool, too.
context with duty there?
Yeah, okay. I'll say, yeah, okay. So a man more than a woman has the duty to sort of protect,
Yeah.
and defend, and whatever that entails. Where a woman
Now, if somebody, hold on, let's just stop there real quick. If somebody asked you, why does a man have a duty to protect? What would your answer be?
I don't have a great answer.
Is it because he's more capable of doing that, or?
You won't get me to admit that. No.
Is there something wrong? Wait, is there something wrong with like
Physi-
admitting that?
Physically, that's true. Physically, yeah. That's true.
It could also be mentally too. Like a man is also probably more prone to violent action than a woman is, and a violent action could be a good means to protection. You know, a woman might
Well, yeah, that's
might try to
physically, then yeah.
default to diplomacy in a situation where diplomacy was never an option, whereas a man would more likely default to violent action in a situation that diplomacy was never an avenue to solving a situation, right? I mean, it's just an inevitability of being a man is that, you know, you might have to do things you wish you never had to do, you know, or never wanted to do, and that is, you know, inherent to protection. I'm not saying it's every, you know, I'm not saying protection always involves that. I'm just saying, like, you know, like part of being 100% protective is also possessing the capability to violently react successfully.
Yeah, conceivably. In a defensive manner. Basically.
Okay.
But and in not even in the situation is where it's like defending your wife's honor. I mean, that's a very
Oh no,
old
I
school
think
thought,
I think
but-
honor shit is stupid. Honor shit is stupid.
You think
like,
that's stupid?
like that? No, I definitely do. I think like there's so for example, like for like one of the things that comes up in like red pill discourse is, you know, this idea that let's say you're out with your girlfriend or your wife and somebody disrespects your wife, you know, your automatic first reaction should be to fucking punch that person in the face. Right? I think that's fucking stupid. I think that if somebody disrespects your wife, whether it be like they say, "Hey, what's up, sweetie, nice ass," or whatever, or maybe like, you know, touches her the wrong way or whatever, I think your first instinct is to fucking remove yourself and her from that situation entirely. It is not to fucking engage that person at all. You engage that person, you are fucking welcoming a scene of fucking violent interaction that doesn't need to happen, right? That person doesn't need fucking to receive your violent action and vice versa. No one needs to receive any kind of law enforcement engagement. All that shit can be avoided if you just have the sense of mind to just be like, okay, I'm going to remove myself and her from the situation. We're going. And we're going to try to get as far away from this as possible. If that other person makes that impossible and still pursues us and engages us, then yeah, then I'm gonna have no choice at some point but to react. But if I can, I'm gonna fucking remove us from that, because honor shit is bullshit. It's fucking stupid stuff that gets people into fucking pointless fucking engagements with the public and law enforcement, and it's just not worth it, man. A cop's life would be much fucking better if people just did that more often. And not that I care about, you know, like what a day-to-day cop's life is like, but at the same time, I don't want to deal with fucking cops or fucking assholes on the street or whatever. And if I can do that by removing us from some kind of bullshit honor situation, then I'll do that. You know, I don't care how that sounds to anybody else out there. Everybody else out there might be like, nah, man, I'm gonna fucking hit that motherfucker in the face or whatever. All right, yeah, you know what? Go ahead, do that. You know, let me know how that ends up. You know. Either you're just gonna like hit him in the face, and it's like maybe that guy has a couple friends they're gonna fucking, you know, beat your ass too, because it's gonna be 3-on-1 at that point or whatever. It's not worth it. All that and then on top of that, like all that honor shit is bullshit because it just feeds into a culture of honor shit. You know, of all the honor shit that happens in India and Afghanistan and all that shit, they take honor to a way different fucking level. So it's all bullshit, man. Like honor's great. But it doesn't need to be weaponized. It doesn't need to be this thing that people need to fucking feel like they have to defend or protect themselves from physically on a daily basis. Fuck that shit. So like in terms of that, like yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that happens way too much, or yeah, obviously, like being first, the actual violence is almost always. Yeah, I would almost always disagree with that. Sometimes being the bigger man, knowing when to walk away. Oh, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's better for everybody. You win. The fucking whoever's on the other side of that coin wins. Cops win, judges win, everybody wins. Just walking away from that shit. It's fucking stupid. And you definitely need to have that mentality, especially if you're carrying a fucking firearm or something, because you know if you don't have that mentality, then you're fucking more likely to engage somebody in a fucking lethal situation where it's like you didn't need to, this never needed to happen. It never needed to happen. You could have just fucking. That's part of the etiquette of concealing and carrying a firearm is knowing when not to use it. It's not even about how to use it. It's like it's more about when not to use it and just having that kind of that self-awareness about it. But getting back to the concept of duty, you know, like if we can confidently both agree that men have a duty to protect, what could we agree that women have a duty to do? Because I don't think that, I mean, maybe it's the case. Maybe women don't have any duties. I don't know. But if somebody told you, hey, women have a duty to nurture, what would you say?
To be nurturing, but nurture. I feel like a lot of baggage is coming in.
Like what?
Like you gotta raise the kid. Or you gotta quit your job and.
Well, let's say there's not even a kid
Like
involved.
that's your life now.
Yeah, but let's say there's not even a kid involved. Like if I told you that men have a duty to protect, that would extend beyond even just having children. That would extend to protecting your girlfriend, protecting your wife, protecting your mother, protecting your father, protecting your cousin, protecting your best friend, protecting somebody who is downtrodden, and you just need to be a good Samaritan. Like men have a duty to protect, and it's not just children. It could be anything really. No, like there's this kind of like, you know, subconscious superhero thing that men socially are expected to have. And I'm saying, and it's probably, you know, at least the one thing we'll agree on is that minimally that extends to children, but you know, probably also extends to at least, you know, family and friends and, you know, people who can't protect themselves, that kind of thing. Men have that duty, but you know, what duty do women have? Do they have a duty to nurture? Do they have a duty to nest? Do they have a duty to
Nest?
yeah, nest? Do they? I'm just picking words right now. I don't know. Like there's probably a word that fits, but I don't know which one does. Or if it doesn't, give me your take on why women don't have a duty.
Yeah, and it's about like a duty that like maybe like the men wouldn't also have, whatever, because obviously
Well, it's not that they don't have it. Maybe it's like they're just more capable of doing it. You know, like women can still protect, but you know, like if there's a situation that needs where protection is needed, it's more likely that the man is able to provide that than the woman. You know.
But it's not even just like the physical and the providing. I do think like even like my example wasn't at all physical. It was like it was just like this person's gonna have like I don't know words for you. He's gonna have a fucking 45-minute video dedicated to fucking to raping your ass basically in video format because you went after a guy's wife and you don't take that like laying down the guy when the guy's on doing it constantly or whatever. That's sort of like but I wouldn't expect the opposite necessarily. But so not even necessarily like ability here, but that is like, but for the woman thing, like it's hard to maybe something nurture with the kid, if there is a kid, but um, yeah, and it's about like levels of like yeah, like the guy, like both would have this sort of protect thing, but this sort of duty for a man is sort of like heightened or whatever. Um, is there a woman sort of side of it? Like maybe there's something over there, but I don't necessarily think it's anything to do with.
Well,
I don't think it should
let
have
me
anything to do with like raising a child.
let's do this.
Besides,
Let's go more literal. Let's force you into a corner and go more literal about it. Women have a duty to populate the earth.
no,
No?
no,
Okay, so they don't have that duty.
no.
They don't have that duty because America?
They don't have that.
And you know what I mean when I say that, right? Like by freedom and this and that. Like women don't have that duty, right?
That's it's unfair to put that on women.
Who should we put it on? Where else should it go? If so for example in the movie Interstellar, right? They're experiencing a blight. Human population is dwindling, and they have they don't have many options. Their only option is to get off the planet. But beyond getting off the planet, at the very least, they need as many people as they possibly can get in order to figure it out. Either just hopefully, overcome nature, or B, have enough people that can fucking solve that situation at some point. Right? And the only people that can have people is women. So like, are you happy to like let civilization dwindle out because women,
Yes.
because women freedom?
Yep.
Ooh, okay.
Why not?
Conrad saying, isn't Casey literally for conscription in Ukraine for men to go and die in the battlefields? He says they really love doing that, though.
Conscription. I decided that conscription is okay. In certain situations when your country.
Well, wait, yeah, but they're like knocking guys over from their bike. They went on a bike ride on a Saturday morning, and they're knocking them over and throwing them into a white van and disappearing them. Should have reported. Should have reported.
You want them to not be so mean when they
okay, yeah, but look, even like I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm just saying like that's you're saying that these men have a duty.
Yeah, in that one.
Okay, so these men have a duty to defend Ukraine, but women don't have a duty to populate the earth?
Yes.
Why? Why is that okay to just say?
Because one is in the defense of you and your family or people, and also, but I don't think I don't see any harm being done with. It's a bizarre world. Like we got to put ourselves in a really weird hypothetical to where like humankind is being
right, where the women are in that position. Yeah.
It even to come up, and even if it did come up, I think no, like I don't see a great harm being done of like this species dying out, basically. Well, not like without people being murdered or whatever, right? It's just like the human race ended.
Yeah, but I mean, Ukraine ended. Ukraine just ended.
But Ukraine being under the rule of a foreign dictator who invaded your country, like I don't know, conscription is it's tough one, certainly, but um,
Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm fine with conscription. What I struggle
Yeah.
with is this back and forth between the idea that men have this kind of duty, but women don't have any. Like, where's the where?
you-
Like, if you're gonna tell me
uh,
that men definitely at least have a fucking duty to defend Ukraine, you have to give me one duty that women have. In general, in any context, it doesn't have to involve Ukraine. It has to involve something, because I'm not even against the idea of conscription. I'm fine with it, you know, especially having already served, and I'm outside of my fucking independent ready reserve date officially as of a month ago. I'm fucking extra fine with I'm fine with it. Like, I did my time, other people will do their time. I think conscription's a good idea anyway. It's just how the world works. Fine with it. But if we're gonna say that men have these kinds of duties, if we're also gonna say that women don't have any duties, I just need a super solid reason why, other than freedom, you know.
well, here it is, because part of being a man
Yeah. Okay.
is being a man and not needing the weight to be the balance. Is that, you know, you know, I need this, but I'm gonna, in order for me to do this thing, I need you to do the I need
Right.
you, I, you know, no,
Right.
just fucking man up, do your shit. This isn't a logical argument, by the way.
Right.
No, but part of being a man is not being a little fucking bitch. They need a duty to, like, blah blah blah. No, they don't. Just fucking man up, be a man, and fucking
Right. Man up.
hyper focus on needing the gender roles to be in a state of equality or whatever. Maybe
Okay.
it's not. Maybe it never will be.
Okay. So you're saying there's
how
no
about-
such thing as woman up?
I think I prefer like vagina up or something similar to that.
Ovary up?
Yes, that's good. There might be a form of that, maybe, but it's not the same. It doesn't have to be. That's what I was saying.
Okay. So okay. Even let's say I go with you on this. Does that afford men a certain level of authority, given the kind of conscription that they are supposed to maintain amongst themselves? They're supposed to man up. Does that give them anything? Or is the playing field still level, and it's just everyone's equal, and we can all just fucking.
It has to be on an individual basis. If you served your country, and especially in a time of war, you should be rewarded for have done that. But
yeah, but what's your reward? What's the reward?
Land.
Okay, land. Okay,
But
so
land,
dominion.
that's
So dominion is what you're saying. You get land, you get dominion.
I'm not sure what you mean by dominion, but
You get your
Land.
castle. You get a castle.
well, you could try to build your castle, I guess.
Whatever. I mean, if it's your land, you
Yeah,
can build
sure.
a castle, right?
Yeah, you serve, you get something.
And what happens on that?
Ukraine owes
Whatever
you.
happens on that land, it's your saying. Whatever you say goes.
I didn't say that. What do you mean? I mean, you're still in your country. But the argument that, you know, I've heard before is like, you know, because men, if there's conscription, they have to go to war or whatever. So this is some sort of constant like debt thing that, like, so therefore women need to do this or whatever. And it's always coming from people like well, when did you serve, or when did you get conscripted? Oh, you never. Oh, it's just like the idea that it's possible, even though you individually you never do it yourself or whatever. Like,
Right.
I don't buy the argument on the gender scale. Of course, I think that.
Well,
the
no, and that's
individual-
not true, because no, look, if you think that men have a duty to man up, then this is automatically gendered. There is something
what did
gendered
I say?
about this, and you're just not applying it to one side. You're just saying that this side definitely has to do the gender things. The other side can do whatever they want. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
Correct.
If I'm wrong,
I'm
let me know.
saying, no, right? Yeah. Well, I'm saying that as it pertains to, to saying that that a guy, yeah, that males as like a group because of a possible like scenario or something like need even though that scenario hasn't happened or whatever, but because of this possible scenario they need to be like they need something on the other side or something. But isn't it enough that like for the people who do that thing, like I mean, like isn't it enough to say that the people who actually do that thing when that comes up, like as long as they're getting a thing, like the individuals who get conscripted, like even though I understand that they're getting conscripted because they're guys or whatever, but
Well, let me
as
put
long
it.
as
Let me put it
everyone
this way
who
then.
does it gets something in return.
Let me put it. Let me put it this way then. If men have a duty to protect, right, and I don't disagree with this. What does the protection do? Like, what does it afford anyone? Right? It affords everyone a continuation of what we enjoy. Right? If we're protecting things, it's because we enjoy them and we want them to continue. Do you disagree with that?
You see the first part again?
If men have a duty to protect,
Yeah.
and the reason we protect things is because we enjoy them and we want them to continue, then that would be an explanation about why men should protect things.
Oh, I guess so.
It's hard to argue with that, right? I'm not saying you'd agree with it, but it's hard to argue with it, right? Like it's like I don't know, maybe. It's not a bad argument. What the fuck other reason would there be other than to protect something? I mean, like, is there another reason
that exists? That's true. And if you
Okay.
don't protect them, they'll be changed.
Okay. So if that's the case, then why don't women have a duty to procreate? I mean, we enjoy not dying off as a civilization, and we want to protect that. So why don't women have that kind of duty?
I mean, you're really trying to sell it here.
I'm just curious about where the intellectual arguments take themselves. You know, like if you have a good argument as to why women don't have a duty at all, let alone to procreate, then I'm curious about hearing it. But I'm just wondering if we just gender duty and say that men do have this. But if you know, as it relates to women, we don't do that. We don't gender that because they can just do whatever they want. They don't have the same kind of expectations that men have, even though that they are the only fucking people on the planet that can keep civilization going. We still, just only gender duty to men, basically.
Well,
Actually, you know what? Hold on, let's do this. I'll tell you what. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
I'll be right back, and then, tell Conrad why he's wrong.
Okay, I'm not for reparations, really, but okay.
Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Give me like a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, I'll be right back. Have fun with Casey.
I mean, I don't have a strong opinion on reparations. My general take is that instead of reparations, there should just be bulk payments to poor people from rich people, and that would inadvertently also help. Would help disproportionately Black people. But I don't advocate for reparations. And I don't think I have. Casey would defend the Hitler conscription. Fuck defending white supremacist oligarchy. Terrorist. What do we mind? Gates chat. No, grand design. Wait, hold on. What? Fuck defending white supremacist oligarchy, terrorist entity. Oh, named Ukraine. Oh, it's you. Oh, I see. It's sort of fucked up. It's like at the end of Ukraine war, however it ends or whatever. I don't think those bros are getting land. I think BlackRock is going to get the land, and less Ukraine land. There'll be less Ukraine land, and less of that land will be owned by Ukrainians. They're going to get half the land taken by Russia, and the other half by fucking BlackRock. That's going to be the ultimate fucking. That's going to be the slow, the slow rot, the slow burn. What do you call it when you taking like the resources out of a or place, or more likely the money out of a place? Not like resource extraction, but like wealth extraction or whatever. Slow and steady. Yeah, or at some point, like it was around like the Jesus research arc. Yeah, I ended up like researching like some Roman shit or whatever. At some point, like the people's got all yuppity about wealth inequality, and then the answer was like giving soldiers land, which they took from the rich people, basically. Take it from somewhere. Yeah, and they were like fighting wars and shit too. So like, okay, like fuck, good scumland, fuck, scumland. Who's gonna be against that? Fuck them if they are. When Legate asks about duty of the woman, just say complete loyalty. Well, dude, I had the thought for a moment about loyalty. Complete loyalty to husband ends with submission to the child. Easy. But I think that the duty of loyalty is equal on both sides. Okay, we're going to something over here. Why should people with no equality, trans, Roma, and gay, be forced to die for a state that engaged in discrimination against them? Everyone's got a gripe, my dude. Everybody's got a gripe. No state's perfect. You Ukrainian or not, aren't you? That's actually a tough sell. I say that with a grain of salt. The idea of nationality. At some point, you gotta like band together as a people, right? This sort of goes against my entire worldview, though. So I could only really state it half-heartedly. It's tough. It's a conscription thing. Ooh. I'm just like barely on the side of it. Like I'm weighing like the rice beans on each side, and like or rice beans, like the right is just like the side that conscription. Okay, it's just like barely over there. It's just like the going back and forth. So nationalism is evil, and you support it. Can be. Can be. Can be.
All right, what's going on? What are you guys talking about? I heard nationalism. I heard nationalism, so I'm already intrigued. What's going on?
I think that there was some idea that some people were getting like this pro-Ukraine thing from although it was entirely unrelated, but they wouldn't be wrong to think that Slava Ukraine. So it's getting some pushback there, but but yeah, it's a tough thing to like. Oh, you should defend this place because you're Ukrainian or something like. And this is all like Conrad is always trying to be like, you're part of a group, like you need to, you should be working for your group or whatever, and fuck all the other groups or whatever. Like this is the whole thing that I'm arguing against like all the time, and so I don't know, it's hard. So it's like, when is it okay for like, okay, we're gonna fight for Ukraine, like what you band together?
Well, let me ask you, like, where did this whole like Ukrainian conscription discourse come from? I mean, obviously, the conflict, but like, is there something in particular that gives you confidence that this method of conscription? I mean, the thing is, like, it's one thing to talk about conscription; it's another thing to talk about the methods of conscription. If these people are not reporting for duty and they're getting knocked into white vans and disappearing, then I don't know. I guess that's their method. But it sounds like you think that Ukraine has a path to victory, and they can attain it.
Said that.
Well, do they have a path to victory?
What's victory? Not being conquered.
Well, yeah, like what have they lost? Like 20% of their land right now. I mean, like if they can get that back, push.
They're not getting it back.
Okay. So you're already there then. You're already there that land's lost.
I think it's highly unlikely that the tides of war change in Ukraine, and they've been heading in a single direction, though slowly, for a year and a half now.
Oh, well, then if that's the case, then what are they even fighting for anymore? Like, are they just fighting to make sure that they don't lose on 100% of their land, or?
Well, it's still the majority of Ukraine is under Ukrainian control. Like, if the war ended today, the majority of Ukrainians would still be governed by Ukrainians.
Yeah, sure.
What they're fighting is not to be, not to be under whatever fucking constitution Putin feels like writing for them. But I mean, it's a country being invaded by a foreign army, with all of the normal things that you're fighting for, as applicable here. So, yeah, but the idea that they're not going to get all the land back. Like,
Conrad says Casey believes more Ukrainians need to die for democracy.
No, I think they should reach for a peace deal today. I think they should try to end it today.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah. What would they suffer under Putin? I don't know. It was a full, is a full surrender. If they were going to like do a war for like 3 years, they're going to be still in a war or whatever 3 years from now. I don't think. Yeah. Then you're saying like, or should like Ukraine just like surrender today or whatever? I'm down with that. I'm also we could have that conversation, but the idea that's like, it has to be like the decision. It has to be the decision of Ukraine or whatever, because the idea that's like 15% of 20% of the men of fighting age are like, I don't know about defending this place that I've been living in, and I don't know. It's.
Do you think that Ukrainian women have a duty to join the military and defend the homeland?
Ooh. Yes.
Okay. But, we got one. We got a duty on the board. Okay, let's go.
Okay. It's not going to be in a combat role, but you're going to be in the mid.
Whatever. Something.
Yeah. Maybe driving some trucks.
So would you be in favor of women in the United States being mandated for registering for the Selective Service?
Fucking right, I am.
Okay, I agree with that. I'm right there with you.
Why not? They got jobs they can do.
Yeah, and in some cases they can do them better than men.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'd be all for it.
Which ones were you thinking of?
Supply, logistics, medicine. You know, like a lot of things, roles that I think would apply to the typical female skill set. Now, there's probably some women out there that could fucking, be the next Chris Kyle or whatever, and fucking, just like destroy, fucking, drop bodies and terrorists and shit. I'm sure that's the case, but it's not, it's not the majority. I think that they would be better suited for certain roles, and in some cases, I not only do I think they could do better in some of those roles, I know they could do better in some of those roles because I was in the military, and I know that there's some roles that have involved skill sets that I know women tend to typically be better at, whether it be organization, administration, bedside manner, things like that. It's just things that women are just typically better at. So, yeah. But that I don't know that answers our question in general. I mean, like we had to really zero in on something specific to get women a duty on the board. But I think men still in general, regardless of whether it's Ukraine or not, have at least one duty on the board. I'm still curious about this whole like women having no duty to repopulate the earth kind of thing.
On that,
I mean,
I don't think it's a fair analogy because I'm not saying that men are owing something to the human race or us as a species.
Mm-hmm.
But your argument is that women owe the species something. Like this is how they balance it out or something. But the payment's going in the wrong, weird. Yeah, basically, that men's duty isn't to the human species, but to certainly protect those certainly alive people whom are in need of their protection, I guess.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Group.
if we were facing a blight or something, catastrophic, would there be any situation where we're living in Casey-stan, and President Casey says, okay, or somebody in President Casey's administration says, hey, look, we got about 10 years until the population's wiped out, and I don't see any way of overcoming that unless women start having kids. Is there anything that President Casey would want to do or enact or propagandize in terms of, hey, we need to fucking we need to figure this out?
Sure.
Okay.
Propaganda, sure. Benefits, benefactors, payments. Oh, by the way, let me say that in the week from now.
What's up, Terry? How you doing? Welcome
I
in.
changed my mind on conscription.
Okay.
It's possible. I've been saying it's possible. I'm so like
Wait,
so
you're
like,
changing your mind totally on conscription or on something specific?
I'm just saying it's in the cards because.
Okay.
It's not the. It's like I said, like. It's really close for me. It's like. It's very. Not. I think it should, but yeah, it's close. I'm just saying, like. Yeah, in a month when I'm like, nah, I'm just saying, like. Don't be surprised if I ever change my mind on that. It's possible. Very possible. I'm very conflicted about it, basically, is what I'm saying.
About the concept in general, or like just specific to Ukraine?
Both, yeah, in general. For sure.
Okay.
As it pertains to, yeah, like protecting land, but not even your land. This is so it's like you're Ukrainian, you need to defend Ukraine. So yeah, it is all of this like yeah. So then it's a nationalism. Then it's like like you owing these people something because you're part of those people or whatever. But I'm generally against that idea.
Do you think do you think that nationalism is inherently bad?
it's not like evil, but
It's not evil, right? Okay.
any type of in-group, out-group dynamic, we're saying that these people over here are more important than those people over there, because I'm over here and they're basically all any kind of that is bad. But yeah, it is bad generally.
I mean, if
But-
somebody says "I love America,"
Yeah,
that's okay, right?
yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's not like an evil thing. It's not, but I mean, but it's just the idea. Like, would we be better if there was no nationalism? Yeah, but
But what do you mean by we? You mean
or
like
is-
everybody
or
in
is-
the world, or just America?
yeah. Everyone.
Everybody. Okay.
But they also.
You know what I'm going to say? That sounds
there's no
very
bet-
that sounds very Scadian. That sounds very Scadian.
Could be, but I mean,
I don't know if you ever talked to Skade about this kind of stuff, but Skade's worldview. I struggled with this because when I first met Skade, I fucking could not stand Skade at all. But after I had a few conversations with Skade, I realized that, you know, regardless of his view on, you know, Israel or Russia or China or whatever, like obviously there's if you have, you know, things to nitpick about those things, obviously they, you know, you can get to the very granular levels of why there might be some disagreements there. But Skade's worldview is very like Star Trekian. It's very like I remember talking to Skade one night and he was like telling me like his worldview was like I'm propelled, like he didn't say this directly, but like he basically described like the way that he see things is the way we would see things 1,000 years from now. Like if we were like a spacefaring civilization and, you know, and like, you know, like, so for example, I asked him, you know, okay, well, in your world, you know, like, would there be any jail? And he said, no, there wouldn't be any jail because we wouldn't have time for jail. We wouldn't have infrastructure for jail. We wouldn't have any kind of political climate or culture for jail because we would all be trapped in a spaceship or in like some kind of like planet where there would only be so many people that we have to figure out what's going on here for our survival and civilization, and we don't have time for this. So, you know, you know, that sounds very authoritarian, but it's still very Star Trekian because I asked him like, okay, well, would people play sports? And he said, no, there would be no need for sports because people would not feel the need to compete with each other. Sports comes from like this whole like inherent idea that we have to constantly battle things out. And if we're in a position where we don't have to battle things out, in fact, we can't battle things out because we have to cooperate, then there will be no need for sports, you know, that kind of thing. And I was like mind blown because I'm like, I thought I was talking to like somebody that was like more terrestrial, more like on my level where I'm just thinking about things that are more immediate. But Skade is like thinking about shit that's like going on 1,000 years from now. And I was like, okay, now I understand why you are the way you are. And it like, and I was like, you know what? Okay, cool. Maybe it was more like it's not that I was wrong, but I was more like, okay, I had things wrong in the way that I engaged you because we're coming from much different places here. And if you're saying that like nationalism, and so that, you know, that kind of relates to the nationalism thing, because obviously in Skade's world, nationalism would not exist. But that's what reminded me of that, because if you're saying that, you know, nationalism is, you know, you're not saying, well, maybe you're saying nationalism is bad, but you're definitely saying that nationalism is not needed. I assume, right?
It can be helpful in certain situations, or it would be nice if it wasn't needed.
Let's put it this way: if what do you think the results of World War II would have been without nationalism? I mean, you don't have to have that answer to that. I'm pulling that out of my ass. But
I would say there wouldn't have been a World War II.
oh, there would. Okay, you're going to even go before it. It wouldn't even have been an issue.
I mean, do you
that's
think
interesting.
Nationalism won the Allies the war?
Well, hold on. Before we get to that, Conrad had a question here. Can we ask Casey if he thinks he or anyone else owes his family anything at all? And if yes, is that because Casey's family is better than other families? Or even he himself, is Casey's own life more important to him because he's better than Legate or Conrad or Shang? I'll repeat the question if you want, but he said
sure
can
I
we ask
understand
can
the
we
first
ask
part.
can we ask Casey if he thinks he or anyone else owes his family anything at all? And if yes, is that because Casey's family is better than other families?
I'm not sure I understand that part. What would we be owed?
I don't know. Maybe Conrad can refine it a little bit here. Conrad, give me like a one sentence vibe here. Grand Design says
But
nationalism
on this-
put up Hitler to power.
I mean, sort of. I mean, I think he used nationalism, but mostly not even the power. It was mostly the invasion, that the Germanic, the land of these Germanic peoples extends to Poland, and that also doesn't include the Jews. Sorry, Rip. So we're gonna clear everyone else out. That's not us, and we're gonna go take our shit up there, because this is us. And yeah. So
Okay, well, Conrad says, do you owe your family anything? If I had to answer that question, I would say at the very least I owe my parents some amount of taking care of. I don't know how to say that in one word, but like if my parents, like I asked my dad this actually when I was back home in January. I asked my dad because my dad is taking care of my grandfather right now, and my dad is doing like all kinds of like nursing home kind of stuff with my grandfather. My grandfather still like goes to the casino, and he's still, he's not like, roaming about the streets or whatever, but he'll go to the casino. But other than that, he's basically just like, at home. He's 90 something, and he sometimes has issues, in the bathroom or in his bed or whatever that my dad has to take care of. And I asked my dad, I was like, look, I don't know if, we've never had this kind of conversation before, but I want to have this now because I think it's probably better than not having this conversation, So when you're in the situation that your dad, my grandfather, is in, like, what would you want? Would you want us to kind of move in and take care of you? Would you want us to like put you in a home, or like what's your deal on that? And my dad was like, look, I want you guys to just put me in a home. Okay. Or he didn't even say that he wants us to put him in a home. He just said, I want to be in a home. Because he knows what it's like to take care of somebody like to that level, and he was like, I wouldn't want that for you guys. When I get to that age, I don't want you guys to fucking have to come in and wipe my ass and clean up my fucking this and that or whatever. I just, I would much rather just be in a home. Now, he didn't say how that happens. Like obviously somebody has to figure out how that happens or is paid for. And I've talked to my brothers about like what we're going to do about that. But my dad was like honest enough to tell us, hey, I don't want you guys to go through what I just went through with my grandfather or with his father / my grandfather. So in terms of like owing your family anything, I would say definitely like at the very least you owe what you owe your family is to take care of your family the same way your family took care of you when you could not take care of yourself. So I would at least say that. Now that's like a very upwards vertical observation, but when you look downwards, it would be more like, well, what about your kids though? Like, do you have an obligation to your kids or your wife or anything like that? Like, that's a different story, and I think that's what Conrad's trying to get at there with like, do you owe your family anything type of argument.
I mean, I understand the ethic of owing your parents something, certainly. Not that every child owes. I mean, there's shitty ass parents out there who aren't owed shit. Certainly, those aren't my parents, but Yeah, I mean,
Are you close with your? I mean, I don't want to pry, but are you close with your family?
yeah, close-ish. I don't know. Yeah, we're close.
Okay. Well, I had that conversation with my dad a couple months ago. I would highly recommend it. It's a hard topic to broach, but at the same time, like, it was very eye-opening to hear my dad say that he would much rather be, taken care of versus us doing it. And I was like, okay, well, if we just have to figure it out financially, then that's fine, So I don't know. I don't know if that applies, but I guess there's something touching there about duty. I don't know. I'm still stuck on this whole, like, women don't have an obligation or a duty to fucking populate the earth kind of thing. I'm really stuck on that because I'm struggling to think, like, okay, well, if you have to place one duty on women, what would it be? What would it be if they only had to do? Let's say men had to do a million things to fulfill their duties. Men have duties fucking on top of duties, like. Whatever. Let's just say that's the case, and we accept it, and we're okay with that.
Mm-hmm. You don't sound okay with it.
No, I'm fine. No, I'm actually fine with it, but I'm not fine with it in the context of women having no duties.
Exactly.
No duties at all.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I mean, it's really about like.
Like,
what
are you
their
happy
duties
to
are
let?
that aren't
Are you happy to
equal,
let
right?
human civilization just die off?
What do you say? I'm not willing to, like, make women have children because of that. I mean, again, where it's a fantastical scenario where even comes into play, but where it's even hard to imagine what exactly that would be. But yeah, I just
It's not that fantastical. There are countries now that have fucking birth rates below fucking 1, right? Where they're fucking worried about the future of their sovereignty, but not from external forces. It's more from, like, what's happening within their own borders. And it's because people just aren't fucking. They're not having kids. There's Korea, there's Japan, there's a shit ton of countries. I mean, like, we're not worried about whether or not Saudi Arabia is having enough kids. They're fucking, they're banging. They're awesome. They're good. And Western countries were probably, like, somewhere between Saudi Arabia and Japan. But there's countries out there where they're, like, seriously worried about this kind of thing. And I'm not saying they're exploring, like, grape cages because women need to fucking just breed. I'm not saying that they're doing that. But it sounds inevitable that at some point we're going to need more babies. And unless we can grow them in a lab, you need to explain to me how we're going to do that outside of a woman's duty to procreate.
Oh, I don't understand why we're running out of people?
Some countries are. Some
Yes.
countries are.
Well, they're barely. Yeah, their population is going down now, but I mean, 100 years ago there were 2.5 billion less people on Earth, and that is like a third of the percentage of people on Earth. I mean, we're saying that, like, we just got out. We're still in the midst of. I mean, if you zoom out, we're in the midst of an insane population growth. This is fucking insane. Like, we just fucking blew this whole fucking Earth up with fucking people, like, within several hundred years from fucking after, like, hundred thousands of years of not. Like, the idea that, like, there's some sort of, like, population problem or something because some specific economy would prefer to have more workers or something. Hey, pay your workers more, you fuckers. I don't see. This is largely garbage, and
Okay.
also Japan just, like, really doesn't want to import people. Like, that's
No,
their
they
business or
definitely
whatever.
don't. No, they want to keep things Japanese. Yeah.
Yeah, it's their business, but and I also say that, like, it's very easily, like, the technology.
Wait.
very easily
Hold on.
solves all
I'm not.
this.
Hold
Wait,
on.
what?
Hold on. Wait. I'm not gonna let you just get away with something like it's their business.
Huh?
Did you just say it's their business?
It's their business.
It's their business. Okay. So if the Netherlands wants to remain the Netherlands, is that their business?
Sounds like it.
So any country that wants to maintain their uh,
Every people has the right of self-determination. I've said that many a times. If Israel wants to have their fucking Nazi fucking ethno state where they only give Jewish, well, I don't, well, like only Jewish people, but I don't like them not giving rights to other people. But like, yeah, if you wherever you are, if you want to you want to go somewhere with only your people and just like that's your place.
Right. Okay, all right.
Me, I don't give a shit.
I just wanted to see the consistency on that one. All right. I didn't know. I didn't know where you were at on that.
I mean, yeah, that's your business. Self-determination. Like, I believe in people's right to choose that.
Okay. So if somebody told you Europe is for Europeans, what would you say?
Europe is for Europeans.
If somebody said Japan is for Japanese, you would say that's their business.
Yeah.
Okay. So if somebody said if Europe is for Europeans,
if that's what the Europeans like decide, that I'm gonna say I'm okay with them deciding that.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, I'm trying to think of like reasons why. I mean, does Europe need Europe need immigrants? I don't. Is there like some sort of need? Is there some sort of harm being done by them not having immigrants? I don't.
I don't think it's controversial.
Sure
I don't think it's controversial to say that most places need sustainable levels of immigration. I don't think that's controversial to say. But then it's like, well, what do you mean by sustainable? It's like, okay, well, I don't know. Japan's for Japanese, and that's their business. So you have to maintain this balance between Japanese is for Japanese and. Look, we come from you and I've had this conversation with Conrad before because, this topic comes up about like, well, if so for example, if I moved to Japan, let's say I was still in the military and I got stationed to Japan and I met a Japanese woman and we got married and we had kids. And we had kids in Japan, and they went to Japanese schools, and they had Japanese friends, and they grew up in Japanese neighborhoods. Would they still be considered Japanese? Now, who knows? I don't know. I mean, that's hard to tell. I think you can make a strong argument for it because there's so much involvement in the local culture that they could be. But if somebody moved from Somalia to Germany, and they got their citizenship, could they go around saying that they're German? Most people would probably say no, they're not German. They just live in Germany. They're a resident basically.
I mean, yeah, there's just two different. It depends what you're meaning. Yeah, is it the nationality of a German? You could be German nationality. Or is German in your DNA? Or is that what you mean when you say German? It just depends on who's saying it, what they mean by it. So you could choose which one. Either it's a choice. There's no wrong or right. It's just like what you choose to believe is more important.
Well, yeah. So this is why it came up because in America we don't have this problem. This is a very America is unique in that we have a cultural and sociological infrastructure where race doesn't qualify Americanism, right? Other things qualify Americanism. I mean, like you can be from Mexico, but if you come to America, if you do the right thing, if you get your papers the right way, if you want to be American, I'm not saying you need to fucking walk around in red, white, and blue every day, or recite the Pledge of Allegiance. But you don't wish death upon America. That's probably one thing that's probably good. I don't know. I guess
you can still be American though.
You whatever. I mean, like we
wish death upon America. That's
I mean, even if you want to go that route, like you can. America's the only place where you can wish death upon it and still be a fucking accepted as an American. because we have things like the First Amendment and things like that. So,
Yeah.
but other countries, in fact, probably no other country has that at all. So America's like the only place where you can do that. So it's hard for me to, especially like the conversations I have with Conrad, like Conrad has like, helped me understand perspectives outside of America. If somebody from Syria comes to Ireland and they get their papers and now they're a Syrian resident, they're not Irish, and they never will be Irish.
Debatable? Why? Well,
Debatable. Hey, look, I don't know. I'm not going to debate it. I'll let Conrad debate that
with extreme confidence, but
I'm talking from
choice.
I'm talking from Conrad's perspective on something like that. Like if somebody came from fucking Vietnam and arrived in Lithuania and said, "I'm Lithuanian now," you're telling me you would have no issues with that?
I mean, he just moved there.
You moved there. You moved there,
I mean,
and now you're a Lithuanian citizen.
I mean, obviously,
if that person said, "I am Lithuanian,"
I mean, yeah.
Like, would you like what would you say?
Well, I would say, so congratulations on you becoming that.
That's awesome. I love that.
Obviously, like that, that person wouldn't at all like even know the culture or obviously not. Like you may not speak whatever fucking language or whatever. Like obviously not. But like there's an example like that. Like I watch a YouTuber that does sim racing, and he's British, but he's very obviously Asian. But
right.
But he's posh as shit. He's everything British about him is British, but he clearly his family hails from elsewhere, but he's everything. I mean, you wouldn't ever think I mean, you're saying that he's not British. I mean, he's yeah.
Well, let's go to the chat real quick. Globalized My Agenda is saying Lithuania. If he learns Lithuanian, I would accept him as Lithuanian. So for Globalized, are you saying like literally it would just be like a language barrier kind of thing? As long as they can overcome that, then good to go? I don't know. I mean, eventually I do want to retrace this back to duty because we were talking about a woman's duty, and then nationalism got brought up, and I'm always curious about when people bring up nationalism because it's like this kind of double-edged sword that I think can be good, but also can lead to issues. And by issues, I don't mean good things. So I can understand people's concerns with nationalism being bad, But but that leads to the question: is nationalism always bad? The same way that I asked, is bullying always bad? Is nationalism always bad? If somebody says, I love America, I'll do anything for America, I think America is great, and most of those things sound like they're tenets of nationalism. Does any of that sound bad, or is any of that actually bad?
The first part of that any of the
if somebody says I love America, I would do anything for America.
Yeah, no, no, that's not bad.
Is that nationalism?
Yeah, that's nationalism.
Okay, so there can be good nationalism, or neutral.
Yeah, I never wanted to say that. Yeah, I never wanted. Yeah, to say that like that it's never even that it's not never a good thing. Sometimes it's a good thing. Sometimes it's a positive thing. Sometimes especially like when that nationalism is like it's like us. This is our group, our in group, and our thing is for more for freedoms or something. Just like and other people's things elsewhere are like for less freedoms or something. That's just like, and that's our in group. It's like this is America, bitch. or whatever. Like obviously that could be a good thing. I want to say that's like, oh, I see nationalism and I think like, oh, that's a bad thing or something. Not at all, not at all. It's just like, again, you just zoom out like on a fundamental basis, like let's just say on a fundamental basis, like there's something flawed about this idea of nationalism, like that like, and there'll never be a fix for this flaw, and but it's there, and it's not like,
well,
it's like
here's the thing. Let's throw some context on it. All right. So Conrad says, I guess somebody was talking about Britain. Conrad says, but that's not what a British person is. A British person is not a Pakistani family who gives birth to you in Britain, and then you grew up having your surroundings rub off on you. You are just a Pakistani person who grew up in Britain. That's it. This person does not relate to British history because it's not their history.
Well, you're saying it's not their history, but look, what if I told you that Chud Logic was actually born in the Balkans?
Okay. And the context of that would be he goes around saying he's British?
Chud Logic?
Yeah.
He probably does, yeah.
Well, I don't think he actually does go around saying he's British. He doesn't have to. His accent gives it away, but...
Right. I mean, you would consider him then not British, though, if he revealed that information.
If he was actually from the Balkans, but he sounded like he was British.
Not him. No.
Oh, his family.
His parents were both born in the Balkans. They teenagers.
No,
they
yeah.
to, like then Chud Logic is not British.
Yeah, no, no. Actually, no. If he said if his parents were from the Balkans and he was, are you saying he was born in Britain but his parents are from the Balkans? They just moved there? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I would still
moved
think he's British.
young age.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm. Yeah.
Okay. 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 So that's a point against Conrad's take there. I will say, I will say, Globalize My Agenda said, I'm not a racist. If they assimilate into the culture, I'd consider them Lithuanian. I challenge that. I really challenge that because I grew up in Miami, and I don't know. A lot of people have not been to Miami, so they don't know exactly the degree to which it is not an American place. But it's not. It's not an American place at all. In fact, I have a clip. Let me see if I can pull it up. I have a clip of this chick that moved to Miami from New Jersey, I think, and described what it was like. Let me see if
that
I
mom
can
was
pull
pretty
it
hot,
up.
by the way. That mom, the backpack mom. I think she might have some.
The
curves
backpack
on
mom
her.
was hot. Yeah,
Yeah.
she was hot. Yeah. Let me see here. Where's my chick here? I was talking about Miami. She's like walking around in Brickell, which is like downtown Miami. Where's she at? But it's like one of the first, she does like a whole video about Miami, but the first thing she says is like, if you don't know Spanish, then you're fucked. You cannot fucking live here. And I try to impress this upon people, and people just don't believe me. They think that fucking, if you just go to Miami and speak English everywhere you want. It's not the case, man. You will people. Oh, here it is right here. You ready? I'm gonna play it in the fucking, I'm gonna share it real quick. Hold on. Let me do this. Okay. And where's the Discord at? And share. Boom. Okay. You let me know when you're ready.
Oh, 1 second. Ready.
Okay. Here we go.
I moved to Miami about 4 months ago, and these are things that I've learned. So.
Okay. Yeah, she starts out pretty quick, but she says, I moved to Miami 4 months ago. I think she's from New Jersey, but I'm just going to start. But and like halfway through it, I'm probably going to stop because she just goes on about like some fucking intricate Miami shit that I identify with, but I don't, it's not relevant. But she talks about the things that I'm talking about, like right off the bat.
I moved to Miami about 4 months ago, and these are things that I've learned so far. The first language here is Spanish. If you're lost and you need help, you're fucked if you don't know Spanish. Uber driver, you need to know Spanish. Going to Target, you need to speak Spanish. People here are actually kind of rude, but like a different kind of rude. Cause I've always heard that like New York people, New Jersey people are mean or whatever, but we're just real. Like Jersey, New York people are just real ass people. Philly, like we just speak our mind. Here, people are actually rude. Expect rain. It doesn't matter how hot it is. It could be 100 degrees and randomly a rain cloud will take over and just start raining for no reason. You can get first world experience and third world experience in all the same area, like 10 minutes away from each other. Make sure you go shopping because you're gonna be hot as hell. I think people are a little fake, like superficial. I think people care only about like the outside of things here. Like nobody really cares to have like a true, not no one, but like.
Okay, well that's like the extent of it. Like that's the half that I'm gonna cut off on. But like the first thing she says is the first thing she talks about Miami in several different contexts. But the first thing she tells you is, if you don't know Spanish, you're fucked. And I tell people this all the fucking time. In fact, like my gringo ass, every time I speak Spanish to people, they are fucking mind blown that I speak Spanish. And I tell them the only reason that I know Spanish is because you need to know Spanish to live there. So when I see things like fucking, I think it was, what was it? Globalize My Agenda saying, what was it? If he learns Lithuanian, I would accept him as Lithuanian. No, that wasn't it. What was it? It was something else here. Oh no, actually no. I think I unironically just agreed with Globalize because that's what he said. I think he. I'm not sure. I'm just sure what you're. That's what they said. If he learns Lithuanian, I would accept him as Lithuanian. There are places in this country where they will not even fucking take in the language. They will not even take in the language at all. When I tell people that, like so for example, if I told you that Miami is not America, what would you say?
It's in America.
Oh, right, geographically, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I said, well, that doesn't matter, what would you say?
You're saying it doesn't matter that, and it's not America. You're saying it's not America.
Yeah. Would you expect to be able to speak English in any place in America and be able to do what you need to do?
I could imagine a situation where that wouldn't be. I mean, I've never been in that situation, but yeah. I'm open to the idea that it exists somewhere. Yeah, I would hope people know some basic.
What would you do? What would you do if you walked into a gas station and you spoke English to the clerk or the cashier, and they rolled their eyes at you and told you in Spanish to speak Spanish? What would you say?
Let's say, yo quiero el baño. El baño.
Yeah. You would say, discúlpame, por favor, dame 20 número 6 y este chocolate y un bolsa de potate también.
I don't speak English. I don't speak Spanish.
No, that literally translates to, give me 20 on pop number 6 and this Snickers bar and a bag of chips. That's what that translates to. But that is the case in Miami, bro. I'm telling you, you can go places in Miami where they will literally fucking roll their eyes at you and tell you to speak Spanish in your own country. But just because it's like geolocationally fucking appropriate that it's within the borders of the United States means that it's America. Yeah, look, I could understand if somebody wanted to say that I was a wild racist for saying these kinds of things, but I fucking speak Spanish, okay? So no one can fucking say that because I took the time to fucking learn the language of the native land. The native land of Miami, which is not America. It is fucking basically North Cuba, but...
Mm-hmm.
So if I tell you that I'm from Miami and I'm telling you all these things, and then I say that Miami's not America, would you think I'm racist for saying that?
Yeah, or racist. I mean, you're just saying like this is a different. This place is different than the other places.
There's no place like this. I live in Texas. I know people that live in LA. They don't even like here in Texas and in LA. Nobody needs to speak this amount of Spanish. At least like people from Central and South America have at least like adopted some semblance of assimilation, and we'll fucking and we'll either learn to speak English or try to learn to speak English. But in Miami, they don't even fucking care. They don't even care. They roll their eyes at you and tell you to speak their language. And I say, okay, no me importa. Soy campeón mundial de los gringos. Mi español muy mal, pero practicar la idioma de este país es racist. Es racist. Este país es racist. Pero la idioma de tuyo, me practicar todo el día. Todo el día practicar español. Me encanta personas de Cuba, de Boricua, no me importa, no me importa. And then they say, okay, well, this gringo gets it. This gringo gets it because he's living amongst the people. The people, this is how we operate, and this gringo gets it. And I say, okay, well, that's what I do.
I mean,
now, how the fuck am I racist?
fair-
How the fuck am I racist? I'm adopting to them in my own country.
To be fair, I mean, we say we're our own country.
I'm
the
assuming this
other-
kind of like leaches into the nationalism kind of topic, but
The other half of the Americas, end up speak Spanish. But like the idea that there's just going to be a line somewhere where it's like, oh, Spanish on this side and English on the, like the idea that it's not a crazy thought or existence that like that there's places that aren't so cleanly cut by a line in the sand where ended up a lot of people there.
if I moved to if I moved to Cuba and said, you know what, this is where I live, and I'm not going to speak your language, and I'm not going to observe your culture, I'm not going to assimilate at all, and everyone rolled their eyes at me and said, this guy's fucking crazy. Would that be racist if they did that?
No, I don't. I think
It'd be reasonable, right? It'd be reasonable. Like who moves to another country and says, okay, I'm not going to learn their language, I'm not going to observe their culture? Who does that?
Well, what if everyone around you had their own language and their own culture? Why? Well, what is the and then, so basically, like, what is the history of like that area of Florida, like that they've been speaking Spanish there for a long time?
I mean,
or is it like or is it a more recent Cuban thing? I honestly am not sure.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
no, I mean, like there was a semblance of infrastructure for, a Cuban cultural adoption, prior to basically like the 70s and 80s. But then you had like the Marielitos come in on the boats during the 80s and flood the city with Cuban refugees. And understandably so, because who would not? I mean, I'm not gonna play it, but I have other videos too of Cubans who have arrived and say, "Thank God I'm here," and "God bless the United States," and that kind of thing.
That makes me sick, actually.
What? That makes you sick? I have videos of people of actual Cuban refugees coming here, and even recently. I'm not even talking about from the 80s. I'm talking about recently, saying, "Thank God I'm here. Fuck Cuba, fuck communism, fuck all this shit. I'm so glad I'm here." They're working for like UPS delivering packages, and they love their life. They're like, I can't believe this.
This is common.
They go into a grocery store and they buy like $100 worth of groceries, and they feel like they're on top of the world, bro. It's crazy.
I think the establishment loves these sort of immigrants who like, they just they always respect the, like authority or whatever, like more than like like the average American is like, Congress is corrupt, that it's a piece of shit, and all these people are fucking shitty as fuck, and they're not doing anything or whatever. Just like an immigrant or whatever, especially like South Cuban or like a place like Cuba or similar places, like they're not very likely to ever come to that conclusion or whatever. And there's like respect authority because look at how great America is, whatever. So like they must be doing the right thing or whatever. So therefore, the people in power and people making decisions, like they must be all be doing the right thing or whatever. And everything is just like acting, everything is normal and everything is This is why I think the establishment types like do just love the idea of these Arab immigrants generally. But I said it makes me sick because Cuba is Cuba because largely the people that are Cuba sucks because we made it suck. The U.S. made it suck. They drive around fucking 1930s fucking vehicles. In old Havana, yeah, look at it's very cute how everyone has a fucking 1930s car because we won't let anyone sell them cars. We've been doing this for fucking 75 fucking years or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, but we don't have an embargo with Puerto Rico or Dominican Republic or like these same people come to the United States and say the same thing, and they don't have the same restrictions that Cuba has.
I mean, every place is different. I don't know. Puerto Rico, are they even communist or?
No, they're not. That's the point. That's the point. I'm saying the point is that even people from non-communist countries come here and say, "Thank God I'm here in the United States because back home it fucking sucked, and here is awesome." And they'll work their UPS job, work fucking 60 hours a week, and fucking go to fucking the grocery store and buy a couple $100 worth of groceries and go home to their family and just kiss the ground for the fact that they love the situation they're in as opposed to what they were in. And it doesn't even have to be.
Fault that, but we're in different places are different, and that some places suck dick because the decisions that those people have made. And by the way, I would say Puerto Rico or whatever, or different places are examples of like, letting America have its way or whatever. Maybe obviously isn't necessarily the correct way to go. Like, but with Cuba, it's so hard to argue that like that Cuba sucks because of communism or something like where they've been getting along like pretty decently considering the extremely harsh embargo that's been dumping on their fucking island. Like I would say they've been doing sort of relatively okay, but Cuba would be doing a lot fucking better if we weren't fucking showing them, if we're not dicking them for 75 years. Do you not agree with that?
They would be better off if we hadn't dicked them around for that long. Yes.
Yeah. What do they ever do to deserve it?
Nothing. The Cuban people, nothing. I mean,
so here's America, where we're fucking doing like bad things to like their fucking country or whatever, and they just come over here and like, oh, it's great over here. Oh, we love America or whatever. But the reason why the place you came from was it was shitty is largely because of us, and it's just hard to say anything else like while we're still doing it. Let's just like I don't know. Let's try an experiment. Like let's Cuba be Cuba and like not like let's let them like trade with the world, and I don't know. Let's see what happens. I don't know. Maybe let's see what happens. Let's see if they're still shitty or not or whatever. Like, but the idea of like while we're doing this, so it's just like trying to say that like say that anyway. It just makes me sick or whatever. It's like.
Okay.
Like you like the country that's fucking over the country you just came from like hard for no reason, and it's like, oh, this is a great country. Yeah, the problem with this country is that everyone fucking thinks it's great because they're concentrated on their own selves and like not at all fucking concerned about like what their fucking country is doing to other countries. Like that's why this is why America is shitty. Not because living here is shitty. It's because we make it shitty for other places for like goddamn no fucking apparent reason, except we don't like communism or some shit like that, or they don't let our corporations rape their fucking society. They don't let us come in and take over and take their national resources. So fuck them. We'll fuck whatever it is or whatever. That's why America. That's why America is shitty. Not because we don't have fucking nice cars here or whatever.
All right. Well, I can find some stuff to agree and disagree with there, but I want to get back to nationalism and I want to get back to women's duty. I want to drive it home, right? So just in succession, if I say that I love America and I'll do anything for America, that's still okay, right?
So you'll do anything for America.
I love America. I will perform civil duties to protect the United States. I think America.
I'm not. I do the nationalism, America. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. Never
So,
did I want to say that. Like,
if somebody
I see nationalism that's bad or whatever. I see nationalism that's bad. Well, no, that's never what I was.
Well, if somebody said I love Israel and I will do anything to defend Israel,
Yeah.
that would be the same or different.
Basically the same. Basically.
Sounded like you're struggling to answer that one.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's basically the same. Of course.
Keep in mind, I don't care. I don't care. Like fucking Israel,
Yeah, it's just,
like whatever.
But I would also say that these two people are saying. I mean.
What they're saying comes from different places.
I would say that the ugliness of Israel is much more on the surface. It's the vision of races. It's 4 million peoples who you didn't give citizenship because they're not Jewish, and who you let come into your country in and out on daily permits, so you pay them fucking whatever wages low. But you don't ever get them, and you continually have been taking their land for the last fucking 60 years, just like a slow fucking ethnic cleansing. Like that is what Israel is, and it's not this so much hidden as like I think America's evil is more hidden. It's more like you have to look into it. You gotta look at a history book. You gotta figure out what's going on with Venezuela. It's just why are we embargoing? What are we doing in the world stage? Whatever. Like that, I think that's the evil of America. It's not quite so much on the surface, but Israel, it's everywhere. It's a Jewish person can't marry an Arab person legally. And I mean, it's disgusting and it's on its face.
Well, they
everywhere.
can if it's like in Cyprus, but they have to do it there. And then
yeah, they'll recognize they'll recognize
some shit like that.
I mean, so yeah, I would say that the person who says they love Israel and they've been there and they live there, or that like I think it would I'm much more skeptical of that person, where I think that there's also a lot of wrong things with America or whatever, but I'm more lenient to people like not knowing all the things. It's like the evil that we are, that it's not so much. Yeah, it's not so much on the surface, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So after everything that's happened over the past few years in that region, if Hamas said that Palestinian women have a duty to have babies, what would your first take on that be?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that would surprise me.
It would or wouldn't?
I don't know. It wouldn't. I mean, it's probably like a religious thing.
Okay.
I mean, hey, tell me something in the Quran or something like. Wouldn't surprise me.
Would you be okay with it?
I mean, I would disagree with them, just like I disagree with a lot of their shit that because they're like fundamentalist religious, and I don't like religion, and I don't like their fundamentalism. Like yeah, like the idea that I'm pro Palestine or whatever. Like these are the people I advocate for these people, this society. No. I just think that they deserve freedom or from fucking oppression. Like I'm not really pro Palestine as I am fucking pro people having human rights. That's what I am. So I don't go around fucking Hamas is there's good things. There's good things brewing here in this whole Islam thing. We should spread this or something. No, I mean, no, but I don't. Yeah. Basically, the only thing I agree with Hamas about is fighting their oppressors. I mean, basically,
Okay.
and I would expect them.
So
to
pro freedom.
anything else.
Pro freedom involves doing what you want to do. If anybody tells you that you need to do this thing, you don't actually need to do it because freedom, right?
It's a pretty interesting definition.
I mean, it sounds kind of in your lane. Sounds exactly what you were describing.
It sounds a little broad to me on freedom, but
It sounds too broad for freedom. I thought freedom was supposed to be as broad as you can make it.
Yeah, it probably is. It sounds like you could sneak something bad in there, like, well, if someone tells you have to work for a living, you say no, or but that's freedom. I don't. Well, I mean, no. Okay, I'll agree with you. I'll agree with your definition. Well, we can go with it. A freer society is one where maybe you have the freedom to not work, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, not that that's a thing that's going to happen anytime.
Well, I mean,
technically speaking, I guess so.
I could come up with a million examples, but they will all just inevitably boil down to my Casey Stan example, where humanity's dying out, and you have one option or two options: either let humanity die out or not. And not letting humanity die out would involve either forcing women to procreate or incentivizing them to procreate.
Oh, I've been fine with it incentivizing.
Okay.
Just like I was like, incentivizing military service or rewarding those who have served.
Yeah, but there's no
whatever.
Yeah, but here's the thing: there's no incentive to being conscripted. What's the incentive? You don't have any inherent authority over anything because you were conscripted. You just are conscripted. That's it. So there's no incentive to be conscripted. So I mean, and there doesn't have to be, but I just want to acknowledge that if we're going to go that route, then we're incentivizing the women to procreate, and we're not giving men any incentives at all, except like the sex that they're going to get for the procreation, I guess. But you can also do that in a lab or whatever. But I don't know. I'm still I'm trying to get back to duty, and I'm thinking that how do I wrangle Casey into a moment where he has no choice but to accept that women have to have a duty? And I'm not even saying they do, but I'm curious to know whether or not Casey thinks that option even exists out there.
Well, first of all, if you're not rewarding like the people who you're conscripted, if you're not giving them something in exchange, then I think it's a bad deal. Then I'm not okay with it.
Okay.
Then,
well, yeah, but so what? Then
you need to reward them individually.
Yeah, but what's your case with the selective service, right? Like we don't. Men do not have what incentive do we have for our conscription and for whatever you can use Ukraine. It doesn't matter. You could pick any example really, but any society that adopts some method of conscription, what incentive do men get from that? Nothing, except not being jailed, basically, or not lose their right to vote or whatever. I mean, like whatever it is. It's not even a benefit. It's just more like you don't lose the things that you would if you don't conscript.
Why can't they?
So it's basically
get stuff.
What's that?
Why can't they get stuff?
I mean, they can, but what would those things be?
Land. Oh, I said land.
That would be land. Okay.
You are owed land. Like on an individual basis, if you're getting forced to do something, you need to be compensated, and land is fair compensation for defending land, I would say. and yeah, this entire thing, I'm only okay with conscription if, on an individual basis, those individuals who actually did the thing are being given a reward for doing it. Like, yeah, I'm not okay with it. I mean, then then it's like it's slavery, but you could die pretty easily while doing it, basically. Like, and I don't, not exactly slavery, but I mean, it's much, yeah. So, like, maybe I am against conscription and in Ukraine. I don't know the deeds. Maybe I am.
Well, I mean, look,
if they're not fucking giving these people something.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? So I'm not disagreeing with you on this. I think that's actually a great incentive, right? But let's say for example we adopted that in the United States, and for every man that had to register with the Selective Service, they get 1 acre of land somewhere, right? And I register for the Selective Service, and then the United States says, okay, you get 1 acre of land, and it's located in fucking bumfuck New Mexico, with where you can't even grow anything. It's a fucking desert. That's your 1 acre of land that you get. I mean, like, do you get any say in where the land is?
Okay, so first of all, you said you're just registered for it, but I don't think you should get anything for registering.
Oh, you think people should get something if they're conscripted and get called to duty?
Is conscripted and called to duty different?
Yeah.
Or okay, what's the difference?
Hell yeah. I mean, like, you can register with the Selective Service and never get called to duty. But
aren't we all registered? Like when we registered to vote?
Yeah, but if you're not, but you're making. I wasn't making the distinction. You're making the distinction where it's like
I am.
Yeah, where it's like if you get called, then you get that acre of land or whatever. I wasn't even going that far. I was just gonna say, even what my contention was, what is the incentive for men to be conscripted? And if you're saying, well, you get some land, then I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, because you registered with the Selective Service, you get land. But you're saying if you're conscripted and you get drafted, then you get land.
Exactly. You did a thing. You get in signing a paper. Right?
Okay. Well, yeah, but yeah. Okay. Well, then, but then what's okay? But you're thinking of a conscription of, answering the call, whereas I'm just thinking of putting yourself making yourself available to answer the call, right? Like women
what does
don't.
That involve? What
just,
do you mean
that just involves like fucking signing up. That's it. Like women don't have to do this. Women don't have to even register to make the call, let alone answer the call. So if men,
but the answering is the hard part. I mean, signing a paper and not ever thinking about it again isn't. I don't know how to even free donuts, a little lunch on us at McDonald's.
I don't know. I mean, well, okay. So you're saying that men should receive no benefit, even just by Selective Service, right? Even if they don't get called. If they don't get called, then they don't get the incentive.
Selective Service is like you don't have to do it.
Right. Well, no, it's making yourself available to do it. Whereas women don't have to do that at all. They don't even have to make themselves available for it. Let alone answer the call.
Is it? But I thought conscription was like, so where you don't get to choose whether to sign the.
That's probably the technical, definition of conscription. But I'm speaking about it from an American perspective, right? Just minimally the Selective Service.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to register for that so you can vote, or you can be denied loans or receive jail time. I think possibly. I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of things, but whatever those things are, women are not subject to them at all. And that's a duty. That's a duty that men have. Even if they don't have to answer the call, they still have to register. And if they don't, they get fucking, society hands them a kick in the nuts.
Fair.
Essentially.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
So you're okay. So I'm not. I'm fine with that too. But what's the female equivalent? Where do women fall
There's
on
no
the
fine with
scale?
that. There's no but in my fine with that. There's no. We need to find something that balances this. I'm not concerned with that.
Okay.
Is it fair? No.
I mean,
man the fuck up. Life's not fair. Man the fuck up. You a man?
oh man, I'm gonna quote
Be a
quote
man.
you on that one. I'm gonna quote. This is you are cementing this stance right in history. This is gonna come up again. This is gonna come up again, and you have to fucking own the whole man up. And I'm not even disagreeing with you. I'm all about manning up. I'm all about that shit. I am curious as to whether or not there is some kind of standard out there for women to have a duty. And if you're saying that women don't have any duties, then that's fine.
Well, I'm not saying
and
that.
you don't even have to justify it. But I need to hear you say that women do not have any duties.
Well, just because I can't think of any, like maybe there are one. What I'm saying, Heineck, what I'm saying is I don't require them to have. I don't require balance or whatever. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Maybe women do have a duty. I haven't thought of it or whatever, or if it exists, maybe it doesn't. I'm not gonna. I don't think that because of the conscription thing. I don't think there needs to be something over here, like to make sure that we're like balancing shit out or whatever. Which you know what? Is this not like a traditionally like this is pretty like conservative shit of like men just like fucking like man up, be man and protect your fucking country, or if you need to fucking be called or whatever. Like just like I mean just but women don't but women don't do that. We need to blah, blah, blah. It's like what? Come on, what are we doing here? Doesn't sound very traditional, men.
I
Is
think
this what
I think Casey is actually advocating for the patriarchy right now. Like I'm pretty sure there's like some subtle kind of like intonations here about the patriarchy winning, and Casey like subtly explaining it, but not knowing that he's explaining it.
Not patriarchy.
Well, all right, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way.
Mm-hmm.
If a woman has a child, does she have a duty to feed that child?
Yes.
Okay, so she has a duty.
But
She has a duty, right?
yeah, I would I'll say that too.
Right, you would say somebody has a duty to feed that child.
Yeah, I would say equal. They have an equal duty to feed the child.
Okay.
But I didn't really like bring that up. Like I'm trying to go things that aren't like that, like or like the women that have that guys don't have. Because obviously, if you have a child, like you have a duty to
All right.
not abuse the child. You have a duty to not leave them in a dumpster somewhere. You have a duty for their general well-being. Because you brought that life into existence.
Let me take it to an extreme. I'm going to take it to a super extreme here. Super extreme.
I'm ready.
All right.
Ready. Get down to business.
Yeah, super extreme. A woman giving birth. The moment that the baby leaves the vaginal canal and enters the world, the woman has a duty to not stab that baby right in the heart.
I would say so.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So she has a duty.
Guy too, though.
Okay. So she has the duty to
I'm
not.
a doctor.
She has a duty to not kill her child the moment the child's born.
Well, of course. I mean, the duty to provide and for
Well,
the
that could.
general
Well, yeah.
well-being.
No,
for
because
the
that could.
child for
No,
whom they're
because that could
responsible.
extend to anybody. Everybody has a duty to not, expire that child the moment they're born, and that would include the mother, right? So it's kind of like a gender-neutral kind of standard, basically.
All right. I mean, the parents have a duty to take care of their children. Obviously, I don't even think that like not stabbing a child. I'm not sure. Like, is that a duty? That's not really a duty. That's just like a. I don't know what that is. I mean, I'm not sure.
I don't know. Maybe it's not a duty, but I'm just trying to go to at any extreme I can to figure out where the threshold is.
You have a duty to feed the kid. I mean, both sexes do. I would say, obviously. I mean, yeah, and the kids. I mean, that's what sort of easy to sort of start doling out duties. But I mean, obviously, these people are responsible for this thing that they created. Though, yeah, I just
What about
so
this?
What
about this? The husband has a duty to be faithful to his wife.
Yes, and the wife to the husband.
Okay. So they're, while that can be described as gender neutral, it still also can be kind of segregated in their actual duties to each other. You're not even thinking about like I thought your mind would go, well, what about fucking polyamorous people, and what about open relationships and all this kind of shit? I'd be like, okay, well, I don't know, but I'm curious to know what you would have thought in terms of that kind of close-knit relationship, and whether or not there was any duties to maintain the integrity of the boundaries in terms of their fidelity.
Well, did we allow for that? What was this? What was the wording that
a husband has a duty to be faithful to his wife?
Mine run polyamorous. And faithful is meaning so if you slept with someone but you got your wife's permission, are you? That's not really being faithful, is it?
I don't know. I didn't think of that. That's an interesting, Well, you know what? Yeah, but here's the thing. That goes back to me with the fucking pink backpack and the kid going into fourth grade and telling everybody what the deal is. If the husband tells the wife what the deal is that still faithful? It's the same shit, dude.
Wait, faithful? I'm confused about faithful gets in. Faithful?
You were contending whether or not. Well, wait. Did the husband tell her? Did he make her aware of what the situation was, or vice versa? Did the wife do that? I think that sounded like what you were contending
faithful. Does faithful mean that you won't sleep around, or you won't sleep around behind the back of the person?
Faithful. Yeah, no, like it. I would offer that if you tell your wife or you tell your husband that you're gonna go be fucking, sex positive, polyamorous, whatever the hell. If you told them about it, then being faithful, it negates it. There's no need for it. Part of the faithfulness is that won't happen because you don't have to think about it. I think that's part of faith, and part of being faithful is just not having to think about things.
Not having to think about your husband coming and asking to, like, I think I agree with Kamaji in my chat, where it's like, not that I think poly are like a great thing, like that it's often great or something. Not great all the time. I think that of the sort of the agreement, like you're being faithful with to the agreement that you have with your significant other, and different agreements might be different than other agreements. Basically, so conceivably you could be faithful in a somewhat open relationship, conceivably, but also sleep around. I guess it doesn't sound good, but I mean, is this important? It's just like, is that quote unquote faithful, or is that not being faithful? Is faithful being only with them? I'm a little bit torn, actually. I'm not, but is that important? It's an important distinction. But each have equal duty, whatever the definition of faithful. Being, both have the same duty.
Duty. Gotcha. I gotcha. I mean, whatever. I mean, like, you know, it ended up being that the last question that we chose ended up being probably like the most conversational or the most interesting. But, you know, like in Casey's stand, would you implement male conscription? Potential male conscription, meaning like selective service kind of stuff, where it's like you want a system where the men are obligated to register for a service that defends Casey's stand.
Men and women,
Both, right? Okay.
but I also think that that's a little bit like it's. I think it's obvious that, like, in that situation, like, obviously the guys have a more dangerous, bigger
Right,
job.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
theirs is actually like they get the worst part of, you know, obviously the deal or whatever.
Yeah. Well, but why? But why?
yeah.
But why?
But I'm fine with-
Why do they get that role? Because they're better. Because they're better equipped to deal with it, right?
In this situation, absolutely, the women simply often are not great at
they're not as good.
fighting.
They're not as good as it at those things.
Yeah, they suck.
Yeah. I wasn't saying that. I'm just saying they're not as good as the men are for that kind of thing. Okay. All right. Conrad, because they are just the better gender. Freedom also means the freedom to choose your bindings.
Bindings?
Yeah, that's what you and me saying. You and me. Freedom also means the freedom to choose your bindings. Is there any context of that? Whether or not something is faithful is the faith that has been betrayed or not. Okay, let's go back to the faithful stuff. I don't know. Let me see. You got any rabbit holes we can go down? I'm trying to think. I think I might have some more. I do have another one, but I don't know that I fleshed this one out as much as I would have liked. Did the midget, we did bullying. False rape accusing. Did we talk about that one before? False rape accusers?
I don't remember it. Maybe. Oh, not sure. What's the first place you were thinking with that? Is there a situation? Or something?
Yeah, it did come up. The note that I have here says, should a false rape accuser get the same sentence as the person who was accused would have got if they were found guilty?
Oh. Based. I think,
that every time I hear that laugh, I know Casey's about to give a hot take.
No, I just the hot take is I think I like it. I think I like it a lot. Absolutely, and apply this to like work as well or whatever, job or like false this or whatever. In fact, go ahead and go like 1.5 times or something. I don't think we've quite made things fair here by saying that. I mean, I think the false rape accuser in that scenario would have done something aggressive and to the other person. I don't like this.
Wait.
I mean, it's already pretty bad. But
well, yeah. Even if they didn't do something physically aggressive, they could have possibly. No. First of all, they already ruined that guy's life. That guy will never recuperate from fucking false. Like even false rape accusations still fucking stick to you for the rest of your life. Secondly, if that guy had been found guilty, He would have been sent away for fucking 10, 20 years. And I think that the reason why I wrote this note is because I saw like a video where some chick did this, and she was only sentenced to like 3 months in some community service. And in my mind, I was thinking, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That guy would have been sent to prison for fucking at least 10 years. Some shit, 7 years, 10 years, whatever the state is. I don't know, what the laws are, but they would have been, their life would have been ruined forever, and they would have been in jail for a decade. Meanwhile, this chick's getting off with like 3 months and some fucking, picking up, litter on the side of the road for a month or two. In my mind, I'm thinking, no, she goes to jail for 10 years. Done. Yeah, you were about to ruin this guy's life for 10 years. Now, his life is already ruined, and he's not going to jail because they found out that this is false. But his life is already ruined because now he gets to go around for the rest of his life being accused of rape. And good luck fucking figuring out life after that, because that's fucking horrible. Should she go to jail for 10 years? In my mind, like, I'm struggling to find a reason to not send her to jail for 10 years.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. 10 years. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I was thinking of maybe more than 10 years.
Okay, all right. Well, what I would say whatever the equivalent was. Like, if he was going to go to jail for 10 years, she should go to jail for 10 years. If it was 20 years, same thing. 7 years, whatever.
Yeah. Fine. Yeah. I'm trying to remember the game writer. I think he was on Mass Effect. They had there's some some Me Too stuff headed towards this way or whatever. One woman in particular, something about a story about an event at a con or something. Basically, bro is ostracized from the industry. Lead writer of Mass Effect and KOTOR, I think it's. But basically, then he sues or whatever. The text messages, all these text messages come out in Discovery, right? That's the dun 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 Discovery. The whole thing orchestrated. I don't remember what the woman's reason was, but it was entirely fucking bullshit. Blah blah blah. Accusers issue public statement retracting accusations of sexual assault as per their fucking agreement on the settlement. Out of a bunch of fucking money making up this shit. Whatever. Yeah. The idea is I want these fucking. I think there's two women that basically orchestrated it. This whole thing.
Yeah.
They need to be fucking kicked out. They need to be fucking blacklisted like he was. They better not have jobs right now. That's what I feel like 3 times the amount or whatever. This is it's and people I don't think are as concerned with these the false accusers as they should, because it's these are the people taking advantage of or making it so I don't know. But basically we should be more absolutely I agree with it.
Okay.
False accusations, devastating. Need to be met in kind with at least what they were trying to do to the other guy. I hate the idea of the fairness is I don't know someone does something aggressive and it breaks something. I don't know the thing that they need to do to fix it is you need to fix it and
I mean,
times 2 or something, because you did something aggressive that you shouldn't have done. So obviously,
would you agree with me that there's no fixing a rape accusation with a man? That's
it's tough.
That will never leave him. That's fucking
basically.
That is slime that will never get off of him. Conrad's saying here, if you got to bring in both sides, the argument against this would be if women are punished for failed rape cases. It will prevent women from coming out with charges, and rapists will go free. If you got to bring both sides, the argument against this would be if women are punished for failed rape cases, it will prevent women from coming out with charges and
I see.
rapists will go free. Yeah.
An interesting point.
I mean, whatever.
But,
I mean, it's fucking. It's hard any way you look at it. But
I mean, if the standard is proving that they made it up, I mean, that's standard, right? It can't be anything else than that. It can't be just like public opinion. I mean, people are stupid. I'm reminded of my earlier take. People are stupid, but I can see how it could be dangerous a little bit. But
All right, I got a couple notes here. Let me see. Okay, I got one here. Yeah, this one's good. Let me see what you think about this one. Can a cis man be a lesbian?
what does that mean? What?
Can a cis man be a lesbian?
No? Is this and this is a puzzle here I gotta figure out. No.
I mean, what this is really speaking to is identity, right? If you can identify as anything, then, you know, if I can identify as agender or fucking, I don't know, whatever.
Helicopter?
I mean, yeah,
Deer?
Yeah, exactly. Like if I can identify as a deer or whatever, like can a cis man identify as a lesbian? Did I say identify?
Why?
No, I said can a cis man be a lesbian?
But I don't agree with the premise that you could identify as anything and you are that thing.
Oh, you don't?
No, of course not.
Okay.
We're not in that helicopter.
Okay.
Unless you're playing a game.
Yeah, like Call of Duty Dungeons and Dragons version.
I don't know. There needs to be more helicopter games. That's what I think. I'm thinking of like one person's on the turret and one person's like I don't know. There's me something there.
So you can't Can you? All right. Let me ask you two questions. Can you be a deer?
Can you be a deer?
And then the second question would be, can you identify as a deer?
So, a human being, cannot be a deer. They're free to identify as a deer, and you know, I salute you, deer person. I won't. I'm trying not to throw it in your face. It's dangerous to confront schizophrenics on their delusions, but basically, not just kidding. But obviously, you can't be a deer. Basically, yeah. I don't. It's the sort of attack helicopter discourse. The idea, I think, is for me, it's just like if someone wants to be a woman, or says they're a woman, says they're thinking they're a woman, their brain is a woman, they want to live as a woman. Like, I got, you know, there's no like, oh, no, you're not, you know, woman. Like, I'm willing to say that, like, okay, well, obviously, like, you're not a female, but I'm willing to say that a woman is someone who I see on the street and is dressed a certain way and looks a certain way. I'm like, that's not a big stretch for me to say, like, oh, it's a woman. Like, it's not a. But does that encompass all the things? Can you go to the woman jail? I don't think so. Not if you have a penis. And the rules.
Well,
Are
okay,
can
okay.
Can
Well,
you race with the other women with cis women? No, I don't think you can.
if I told you that I'm a lesbian, what would you say?
Jeez. No, I mean, yeah, I would say I'm confused about that.
You would say you're confused?
Yeah.
What if I said you're a bigot and it's not my job to educate you?
Rip. Oof. Throwing flames. Jesus. I'm gonna use that one. For
I mean, this does
but
not sound out of line with something like socially or culturally accepting leftist aligned person might say, right? It's not my job. It's not my job to educate you. I mean, you just sound like a bigot.
I've not those words not been directed at myself, but
Yeah, but it does
sounds like
happen.
fire. Sounds on fire. Like the whole like woman thing. It's mostly about like the doing. Why is it okay like that that someone feels like a woman and wants to be treated as a woman, then we say they're a woman. Like there's no harms done here, is there? Like why do we need to why to make a bit why is it does it matter? Is there
Well,
this is-
if I told you that I'm a lesbian, would you tell me, okay, or would you say I disagree? Like, what would you? I'm not judging you. I just like what your gut reaction would be to something like that. Like if you knew me, a bald guy with a beard in his 40s, you know, that watches hockey and streams on the internet once in a while, walked up to you on the internet and said, "I'm a lesbian." You know, would you say okay, or would you say,
really doesn't
I don't know, man.
I mean, it doesn't really meet my the
You're-
definition of lesbian that I know of.
Okay.
Or any really, I would say that categorically, if I mean, if we're talking about it, then that no, you're not a lesbian, but also if someone is just like has like they're like you have like lesbian on your profile, and
Yeah.
it's like I need to fix this up right here. I need to set this person straight.
Hmm.
I don't even know what a lesbian is, whatever, or whatever. It's just.
What if I told you?
And I don't know.
What if I told you that I'm a he/him lesbian?
All right,
You know that's a thing,
what-
right? You know that's a thing, right? He/him
I
lesbians.
don't know that's the thing.
It is a
A
thing.
he, him, or sort of. I guess. I mean,
Apparently, there's some history behind it. I mean, like I struggled with it too, but apparently that there's a history behind he/him lesbians because back during Stonewall and a lot of things there you essentially could not publicly or socially identify in certain ways, but if you went by he/him, apparently like it was an okay way to be a lesbian or something like there was some kind of shield of protection. I don't know how was it afforded to them, but there's certainly like there for some reason there is a history of he/him lesbians, and it goes back to like Stonewall kind of things, like back in the day. If you just type in like he/him lesbian history, it will definitely like some fucking shit will pop up. But that's one of the reasons why that question was inspired, because like I've seen people on the internet defend he/him lesbianism to no end, and I was like, how could there be a fucking he/him lesbian? And they'd be like, you don't understand, it goes back to the 70s, it's Stonewall, and like there's all the shit, and like if you like Google it, there's like stuff you'll see like Wikipedia articles and stuff on it, like he/him lesbians and why they had to do it. It afforded them some kind of protection or whatever. Like if you go around being butch with a butch haircut or whatever, and You know, you can say you're he him, and as long as you have like this male identity in terms of he him, then you can do whatever you want, or you're at least afforded more social credibility or protection, as opposed to saying like you're an actual lesbian, because back then like any form of gay was bad. So as long as you turned the tables on society, then it was okay. But he him lesbians are also bisexual lesbians. That's a thing too, apparently.
Hisbian?
Well, I mean, like, apparently, like, he him lesbians and bisexual lesbian discourse goes hand in hand. Like, in the same way that people out there defend he him lesbians, they also defend bisexual lesbians, which to me is like, okay, you know what? I think I could probably be on board with he him lesbians, but I don't know about bisexual lesbians. I don't know. I don't know that there should ever even be such a thing as bisexual lesbians. Because all you know, like, he him lesbian, all you have to do is just say that's my preferred pronoun. But bisexual lesbian, implies that you are attracted to or would have sex with men, but you are also a lesbian. But lesbianism would, directly contradict that. So I don't know. But apparently, he him lesbianism and bisexual lesbianism is like this kind of hand in hand discourse that goes together that people defend. For whatever reason. I mean, do you think that bisexual lesbians are a thing?
Wait. I don't know.
Why do you like it?
Wait a minute.
Why do you know all this? I'm gonna clip. I know all this because I participate in like all these like left versus right social media groups that have these kinds of conversations.
I mean, it's a rough slot to be a slot in there. You're mostly. I mean, I'm sort of open to mostly a lesbian, but sometimes, occasionally, you prefer the occasional penis, maybe, but only on the side or whatever. And you,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, but is that? But I mean, like, certainly there could be another word to describe that. Like, why put lesbian in it? If it's like I prefer women, 90% of the time, and then 10% of the time I like a little peen, a little rod, I like a little phallic type situation in my life. I mean, does that make you a lesbian? It's probably just say bisexual. Like, why even qualify the lesbian part?
Yeah, probably.
I don't know.
But say that like you prefer to be like live with a woman, or be you don't even like to live with a guy or something. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a weird. Does it get a point across? Is it something unique and it gets a certain point across definitionally where there's not really a different word for it? Then it's not that it can't be like that wrong or whatever for describing a very particular certain thing. Even if it might be somewhat of a misnomer, misnomers exist. They are around.
What's your take on pronouns? Like in general.
Yeah, like respect she, her, or he, him, or whatever they choose. I don't like it. Hate it. I refuse it. Refuse. Makes me feel weird. Like I'm participating in some like weird kink shit. I'm calling a person it. I don't know. It's just like a weird thing.
What about like Faye Fair or Zizir?
No.
No, that's not happening.
I think this puts an undue burden on people. Like now they're like you're speaking to someone like that, and it's like your pronouns are just coming out all over the place. You're like, oh, I missed that one. It's just like, oh, come on, what are you doing? What are you doing to people here? Not only I think that whenever possible to use the preferred pronouns. But no, I don't count so-called neo pronouns as I don't recognize neo pronouns for sure. The idea that like you can just make up some fucking your own shit. No, I never agreed to this. Basically,
I got another clip for you. Let me find it real quick. I'm curious to know what you would do in this situation. Let's see, where's it at? Also, I've been doing a very successful series called Japanese Girls versus American Girls, and it's amazing. I'm looking through my Instagram reels right now, and I have like these reels saved where it's like Japanese girls being like super modest and humble and just talking about like, you know, how good lunch was, and then I juxtapose it by showing some OnlyFans girl talking about, you know, how many dudes she railed that day or whatever, and it's been wildly successful. people have been clamoring about my Japanese girls versus American girls segment. But let me see here.
put these on the YouTubes.
That's what they said. They said you should turn this into like YouTube Shorts or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. I got. You know, I have my YouTube channel, but I only have a few videos on it. And it's just like stuff that I did like when I was first streaming, and I made some Halo videos or whatever. But I do have a clip here that kind of talks about exactly what we were just talking about in terms of how you would handle these kinds of situations. And it was from a show. I think it was from like Shameless, I want to say. I think it was a show on like a Showtime or whatever. I think it was from Shameless. I'm not sure. And it's very what's the word? Aggrandized. Like, you know, it's a very like blatant aggrandized version of, you know, sitting down to brunch with a couple leftists or you know, leftists is too economical, you know, just like left aligned type people where they would explain their identity to you in a few short sentences. But even that is like, okay, that's too much. I don't know if I can deal with that. But I mean, like, I came away from it being like, you know, if I sat down at this kind of situation, I'd be like, you know what? Look, you know, this restaurant seems great, and you guys, you know, seem like good people, but I don't know that I can continue this. I don't know that I could sit here and fucking do the whole fair Zzier shit. I know that I can't. I refuse to, you know, I'm very happy and content with doing the he, she, they situation. You know, I'm fine with that. But when it comes to Zzier and fair and all that shit, I'm not doing. I'll just be like, look, this is not my scene. I'm out of here. Yeah.
I mean, regardless of like the trans person's passing, or like you could tell they're trying. You know, I can see what you're going for here. You know, I'll give it to you. You know, she, her, or whatever. You know, it's fine. Whatever. Like the Zzier, like what you got to declare it. They declare themselves this thing. It doesn't mean anything. It you know, it's almost like I'm getting trolled right now, like by someone who actually doesn't like the pronouns thing, whatever. Like she's like, I don't know, like someone came up with pronouns for the helicopter, and you know, they're demanding that I call them that or something, just like troll the idea of pronouns. So I just like, what are we doing? I just like put the Z in there.
No, I got the clip. Are you ready for it?
Ready?
Yeah, you ready?
Ready.
All right, let's go.
Are you gonna introduce yourselves, or do I have to do it for you?
I'm Bethany. I'm a triracial cisgendered girl fag. I identify as pansexual, and my pronoun is she.
Okay. Hi, Emerson. Gender fluid, hetero-romantic, demisexual mutt, and a redhead. My pronoun is Z.
Hey, I'm Rabbit, genderqueer, tax attorney. I identify as Jennifer Aniston. Just kidding. The them ver.
DX. Chinese Mexican agender intersex AFAB. My pronoun is they.
Okay. All right, is it okay if I ask a few questions?
Better than to assume you know the answers. Are you,
Better to assume that you know the answers.
Those are real people. Are those real people?
Of course, that's a very, like I said, it's a very aggrandized version of what it's like to sit down, to brunch with like a couple people on the on that side of the coin. But
Just the girl F slur. I'm like, what, did she say that?
she said, "Girl,"
Like,
yeah,
you
she said, "Girl,
identifying
girl
as,
F slur." Hold on. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it again. I want it to sink in. I'll play it one more time. One more time.
Okay.
gonna introduce yourself, sir? Do I have to do it for you?
I'm Bethany. I'm a triracial cisgendered girl fag. I identify as pansexual, and my pronoun is she.
Okay. Hi, Emerson. Gender fluid, hetero-romantic, demisexual mutt, and a redhead. My pronoun is Z.
Hey, I'm Rabbit, genderqueer, tax attorney. I identify as Jennifer Aniston. Just kidding. Vegan Burr.
DX. Chinese Mexican agender intersex AFAB. My pronoun is they.
Okay. All right, is it okay if I ask a few questions?
I mean, what would you do if you sat down to brunch with these people? What would you do?
I don't know.
What would you do? What would Casey do? The
Yeah,
world is
avoid
dying to know.
pronouns. Just avoid all use of pronouns. Just like get around it. Yeah, everyone's they them. I don't know. They should use ginger instead of redhead.
I mean, if somebody told you they're triracial,
Yeah.
what would you say to that?
As I say, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Or I'd be afraid to ask. I would fear the worst.
Well,
We're looking at some
let
sort
me
of,
put it this way: like
um,
you're in the P&W, right? How common is a situation like this? Like if you went to brunch and you looked around at all the tables, would you imagine that situation like this is pretty common, or would you be like, oh, this is
I don't
just like
think
some
it's-
Hollywood bullshit?
I don't think that's common anywhere. Basically.
Okay.
Only on certain parts of the internet.
Okay.
But
Conrad wants to know what the three races are. I don't know, dude. I don't know what the three races are. We don't know. We'll never know. I don't know. I mean, there would be a part of me that would be, curious. Like the thing that I love to do the most is to go out and eat. So if I'm at a restaurant that if I already know I'm going to enjoy it, there's no amount of fucking social fucking Z-Zim bullshit that's going to fucking stop me from enjoying that. But I know that they would not agree with anything I have to say about, who I voted for, or why I voted for them, or my political leanings, or my stance on guns, or like I already know there would be like so much friction in terms of disagreement that I don't even know if it would even be worth it. But I'm not like, I don't want to dehumanize anybody, but at the same time, I do think that a lot of this shit is bullshit. And if somebody told me that their pronouns were they fair, I'd just tell them, hey, look, I don't want to be mean to anybody, so this is probably not my scene. So I'm gonna bow out, and I hope you guys have a good time.
Well, I don't know. The they fair, is that for like the deer girl?
Yeah.
Or I mean, I think it's mostly just like I don't think it's that serious.
What's up, Krill? How you doing? Welcome in.
If I had to guess, and I've never met or even seen anyone, even online, be like Zer or whatever, or certainly I don't know, maybe I've seen her profile somewhere, but I have,
Oh no! Have you ever? There was a great video of there was some Vosh drama back in the day of like Vosh was trying to mediate between somebody who was like a deer person and somebody else, and Vosh was like trying to be like the mediator between them. It's a great video. I honestly recommend watching it at some point, just because it's an interesting. It's like the drama that they were involved in is not that consequential, but the way they interact with each other was really interesting because even Vosh at that point, being the mediator, would interject sometimes and say, well, whatever the deer person's name was, let's just say it was fucking Bambi, all right? And, and deer or Vosh would say, well, here's the thing that you don't know about Bambi. It likes to think of itself as blah 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 or whatever. Like even Vosh was going to these extents to fucking like do the whole itself fucking shit, and I was like, how does somebody fucking, like, my mind is not even capable of doing it itself at all, let alone whether or not I actually culturally or like societally or verbally agree with it. I can't even fucking manage to fucking just belt out these its all over the place. And Vosh was just like, well, it says that you did this thing and that's not good, so let's explore this. And then the other person would be like, yeah, well, it said that they were going to do this, but when it said that they fucking did, and then they kept doing the it thing, and I was like, I can't believe that this is happening unironically. That these people are having a conversation calling this person it the whole time, and they're doing it because like it's like some show of virtue, like it's like a show of force from a virtue perspective. Like, I'm so fucking virtuous that I will maintain this it fucking thing for this entire conversation.
Yeah, like when a trans woman is like, this is she, her, or whatever. Like I feel like if you're like, if they're actually like, you could tell like everything about them is just like a woman or whatever. Like and to like you, I feel like you have to like go out of your way to like he, him, that if it's not that, if it's if they're not at all like sort of like gender ambiguous or whatever, like it's just like I know you have a penis, so I feel like it's sort of tantamount to like swerving into the other lane to like hit something and then come out back to the other side. But the it pronoun, I feel like it's just like, I feel like they came into my lane and they just fucking and put and just like just planted themselves in the middle of my lane and just like, and now it like that just feels like an aggression. Like I have to like swerve out of the way. Like I gotta like I just mind my own thing. Like I gotta go above and beyond because like you put something in the road in front of me. but so I don't. It almost feels like an aggression or like a like you put a burden on everyone that ever has to talk to you ever. Why? What do you? Yeah, it's a much different thing.
I mean, yeah, but would you excuse yourself from a conversation because of that? Would you be like, okay, look, I'm interested in the topic that we're talking about, but I can't maintain this level of fucking shit that you guys are doing. Or I don't know, you can word it however you want, but like, would you ever say, look, I'm sorry, I can't do this?
I may not do it, but I don't think I would be like, I mean, I've been involved in some weird conversations. I was just like different, or with weird people saying weird things. It's just like some weird people. I don't know. Like, I don't think I would be like, I have to leave now, or I don't like. I wouldn't feel that way. I would.
So you would just, but you're not going to do the it itself thing. So what?
Correct.
So what do you do?
I don't know. Navigate.
Navigate. What does that mean?
I'm gonna be me.
Navigate.
Navigate.
I mean, I understand that you don't want to be rude, but at the same time, like, I agree with you. I'm not doing the it itself shit either. Let alone Faye Fair or ZZ.
I mean, you can probably get away with using their name most of the time anyway, probably.
Okay.
And or just like I might entirely not say something. I might just like cut that sentence out of my thought. Just like, let's go to the next sentence there. I don't know, whatever. I don't know. I would just like navigate. I wouldn't be like, it's just like, just another sort of weird conversation and trying to offend someone, but I don't know. It's just like another weird conversation. But I had weird conversations with people.
Well, okay. So in the context of like this situation, if somebody asked you, well, what do you think about its opinion about Israel, or whatever, you would say, Well, I think that Bambi is fucking, not aware of, A, B, and C, and
Yeah.
Bambi needs to
Bam.
read this article by,
Exactly.
fucking, whoever the hell,
Well, you could just skip that last one. You could say, and should read that. Read. Yeah. So you could just skip that pronoun altogether. Yeah, I don't agree with that take on Israel, and I think should read slur past pronouns. I guess that doesn't quite just like slur past. I don't know. I don't know. Bambi should read. Yeah. You get away with just saying the name. I think it's more personable when people like say my name
Yeah,
like
okay,
after a
okay,
while.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, but
I
I'm
said it to
not,
them like 5 minutes, and
yeah,
they
but
say my name, and I'm like, oh, you remember my name, and it makes me like.
no, but I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench your way. So,
Okay.
what if somebody says, "How come you're avoiding using itself pronouns for Bambi?" Like, I noticed that you've been only using Bambi's name, but we've been using it itself for Bambi, but you're not. Is there any reason for that? And then what would you say?
Yeah, I just I've never like called someone that before. It's just sort of like like a bicycle, and I don't want to fall off, so I'm just gonna avoid riding it. So I'm just gonna go with that. So that's why I have been avoiding it because that I'm not familiar with that. It's just like something I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
I'm not trying to offend you or anything. This is what I'm saying to them.
Okay.
That's right off the script. We're fucking navigating them. Just fucking navigate.
Okay. So you won't sacrifice the potential for a good conversation, based on some fucking pronoun bullshit. Which I think that I think that I would also be on the same level, but I think I'd be a little more forward about the it itself thing. I'd just be like, look, I don't think that it itself. I'm not, I would minimally say that my brain's not equipped to just manage that for this entire conversation. Let alone whether or not I think it's a fucking real thing or not. But yeah, I guess it would just depend on whether or not I would actually want to have the conversation. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the it itself. I mean, that's somebody that identifies as deer. Would you be the same way if somebody did the Fay Fair Z-Zero stuff? Because like it is like kind of like attributed to that whole I identify as a fucking deer shit, but or whatever. Like I identify as a. I mean, like, have you ever seen the neo pronoun list on Tumblr?
No.
Oh man, Google that. That's something you got to Google.
Mm-hmm.
Just Tumblr neo pronouns. Just Google that and just have a field day. I picked one personally on it. If there would be one that I would choose, it would be root beer. It would be root beer, root beer, root beer self, and these are unironic Tumblr pronoun suggestions that people have put in there. But if you look at the whole list, the whole Tumblr list, it's fucking crazy, dude. It's fucking multiple pages long, and it would just be like, this can't be real. And if you don't think it's real, then you're a bigot, that kind of thing. But it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing. Someone who's into it or whatever. I think they're in a weird bubble thing. Probably have weird friends or whatever. I mean, I'm not gonna hold that much against them, honestly. I'm prepared for them to be weird in other ways. I'm preparing myself.
Okay.
But it's not like, oh, this person is. This is a. There is no coming back from this for this person. They are not worth speaking to at all. Never, whatever. I just think that they're into some shit. I don't know. And I'm not into that shit, but
I got some more notes here. I kind of want to exhaust this list so I can come up with some new ones.
oh, we are gotta end. We gotta end.
You're a quitter.
Morning.
You're a quitter.
I mean, we did.
Well,
there was a list. I think we did all on the list. So.
You need to come up. You need to come up with some scenarios here.
Okay.
That's your duty. That's your duty. Casey's duty is shit to wrestle with.
I'll make a text document on my desktop that says, "Think of some shit."
Are you actually signing off? I was gonna raid you, but if you're not, then
no, I'm signing off for sure.
Okay.
Yargle.
All right. All right, cool. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I'll stay on for a little bit. I might watch a video. There's a video or two. There was a Hassan video that came out recently where apparently like there was some right-wing news channels that covered him that he enjoyed reacting to. So I don't know. There's a couple things in my playlist I wanted to check out. So I might watch a video, but I will be on later today. So I should be on later today. So if you want to do a Casey brainstorming session, let me know. How you been? What's going on? What's the latest? What's the latest in Casey world?
Oh, nothing. Same.
Okay.
I don't. Yeah.
Are you working on Satan, or what's the deal?
Yeah, we're on Satan. We're supposed to be finishing the integration with the video game Liar's Bar. Basically, basically done mostly. So it's just a card game. You place a card. The game Liar or bullshit. Anyway, it's a card game, so an LMM can play it.
Okay.
There's a voice in the game, so he could talk shit to people while he's playing it. It took longer than it should have to finish it, but
have you thought? Do you have a Satan Kick channel or a Satan YouTube channel? Or anything,
yes, Satan does have a YouTube. Not a Kick,
a live interactive YouTube channel.
No, I put a couple of videos on there, like we called Qbot like a couple months ago. Called it the Qbot show, dating show stream with Satan. Like that would be I put that on YouTube. There's not that many videos on there. So, but yeah, I have streamed with the YouTube, but with him, but not that. But yeah.
Well, you need to fucking figure out a way to migrate Satan, because fucking Twitch is done, dude. I'm fucking sick of Twitch. Sick of it.
Mm-hmm.
Twitch is like, yeah, it's great, great. I'm sure it's a great UI UX. I'm sure it's a great API. I'm sure all that stuff is great, but fucking at the end of the day, Amazon doesn't give a shit about fucking Twitch. And at some point, it's like one day we're gonna wake up and it's like Twitch is not gonna be there because Amazon just doesn't make any money from it. It's not worth it. And I can understand why they would do that. And I'm like my main reason for fucking hating Twitch is that even if you wanted to support a fucking streamer, right? Let's say you wanted to give a streamer 1,000 bits, you would have to spend $20 to buy that 1,000 bits, and that 1,000 bits only equates to $10 for the streamer, but the streamer only actually gets half of that, so that's $5. So you have to spend $20 to give the streamer $5. Which to me is fucking ridiculous. And I'm like, this is not a viable business model. And I understand like people's experience using Twitch is great. Like it's the standard, it's the GOAT. I get it. But at the end of the day, fucking, I just don't see Amazon seeing it as a long-term solution to whatever the fuck they think it's doing for them.
I mean, if Kick can sustain with giving like that was basically like I mean, it's much better ratios, right, on the payouts. I forget what.
Way better. I think it's like 95%,
yeah,
95% or something. It's crazy. The payouts matter to people. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care about that. I just care about as long as people know where I'm at when I'm streaming. But I'm sick of Twitch. I don't even know like the kind of content I go over. I'm just like a Republican dude streaming on fucking Twitch. Like, there's not a lot of people I'm gonna reach anyway on Twitch. So, like, I think it'd be better like at some point to just focus on fucking like I have Restream. So, and I bought the 5 platform package during Black Friday, so it was like half off. So for me, I can have like a couple other platforms, and I would just do Rumble instead of Twitch, or Twitter instead of Twitch. I could do whatever else I wanted to do, but Twitch is just like, the only reason I still stream on Twitch is because there's fucking people that I love that still use it because they're addicted to it. And I just love Twitch so much, so I'm like, okay, whatever. But otherwise, I would just fucking say, fuck it, I'm not doing Twitch anymore.
I mean, yeah, but you don't have to choose, right? That's the thing. That's the kicker. Is, I mean, you could like ignore Twitch chat a little bit more and kick chat a little less or something. But I mean, ultimately, you just
Not really. I mean, I have the Restream app, so that all of the chat, just appears right in the same app. Like it's no big deal.
Or that, yeah.
Like,
So you don't really have to choose, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I don't. But if I had like, but like what kind of? Doesn't matter. I mean, at Twitch, I've been capped at like 400 followers almost for a long time, and fucking, it's just like, the only reason I still stream on Twitch is because I know the people that I like talking to are just addicted to Twitch. Like like for example, I told Conrad, go follow me on Kick, go follow me on YouTube. But Conrad has like these things where it's like, okay, I got this certain kind of email address, and Kick doesn't allow that, and YouTube doesn't. Some people are like, people stream on YouTube. I'm like, yeah, the people stream on YouTube. It's the thing. So I'm on YouTube, I'm on Kick, I'm on Twitch, but people are so addicted to the fucking Twitch fucking situation where I'm like, ah, fuck Twitch, dude. It's not even worth it, man. From my perspective, I don't care about money. I just care about fucking, a platform that actually supports the people that it's, proposing to fucking, platform. But they don't really, because all they give a shit about is Hasan, basically. Unless I'm wrong about that,
I'm trying not to dive into a conversation around the way out, and
I'll put it
on the list. Twitch heart Hasan question mark or something.
Yeah. All right, cool. All right, well, I'll be on tomorrow if you want to continue this chat. Should be around.
Yep, probably Sam.
All right, bud.
Peace.
Peace. Okay. Fuck yeah. Yeah. That was Brian Hartline that you guys saw there. One of the more infamous Miami Dolphins wide receivers there. Amazing. I'm not going anywhere. I think I want to watch a video. Part of me wanted to just sign off and just go to bed, but I'm just like, I could probably watch a video, like at least like one or two, and then go to bed. So, but I gotta get another drink. I gotta get another drink for that. Just thinking about, what was this? There's a couple. Oh, the Asmongold White Guilt video. Oh, I want to see this.
So I wanted to make like a full thoughts video on this and talk about it, but I'll probably just watch this. So apparently, again, we've had competitive racism.
Have you seen this lady? This lady that dropped a hard R on somebody? You gonna be on tomorrow night? Yeah, I should be. Yeah. You, Hasan. Yeah. Stargon. Have you seen this lady? This lady apparently dropped a hard R on like this kid in the playground. This apparently a black kid took the white kid's like toys.
You are the courier Lord Caesar has spoken of. The slaughter begins then.
Yo, welcome in, Caseyites. Everybody from Casey Stan. Welcome in to deep into right-wing territory. all the Casey Stans, the Caseyites. They're like, who's this right-wing bigot? Who is he? What's going on? Asmongold, right? Have you seen this lady? So apparently, I haven't seen the video of her saying it. I've seen the video of her saying it. But they, obviously like kind of like, muted it out, but she dropped some hard R's in it. And she, look at this, she raised $500,000 in the same way, like Carmelo Anthony took weeks to raise the same amount of money. She raised $500,000 within like a few days, I think. So I'll do a Discord session with you. Can you question me this time? Sounds like fun. You'll do with asking shit that really makes you think. Oh yeah, you're talking about like what we were doing tonight with Casey? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah. Will you donate? No. No. I'm not gonna donate. I'm not gonna donate. I can't. No, it's not gonna happen. Somebody will see my name on this donation thing and instantly end my corporate career. There's no way. But I also just, like, I'm not going to donate to somebody just because they dropped a hard R. I'm not going to donate to somebody because they did that. If there was a different cause, then maybe. But the only reason that people are donating to her is because she dropped a hard R. But welcome into all the Casey Stan, Caseyite people. Welcome in. I'll watch a video or two. Actually, I might I'll at least just watch this. This is like a 30-40 minute kind of thing. And Asmongold is reacting to the hard R white lady that, went to Slur Town on this little kid in the playground. So I am curious about this, and this will go with the theme of what's my theme tonight? Saturday is for the boys. Saturdays for the boys. I think it's like Asmongold is better than you. Every stream I like to have an Asmongold theme because it always brings in the leftists. All the lefties come in when they see an Asmongold. They say, "Oh, are you right wing? Are you conservative?" And it's like, well, I mean, compared to you, probably. Compared to you, I'm the fucking second coming of something bad. It's Sunday. I know it's Sunday right now, but actually, when I was streaming, it was still Sunday. But Saturday's for the boys. Saturday's for the boys, okay, Krill? Get the fuck out of here. Saturday's for the boys. And today's Sunday. So for those out there that also, are familiar with like my stream aesthetic for the past couple weeks, I need names for certain days. A couple days already have names, right? Monday, Misogyny Monday. Misogyny Monday is locked in. Tuesday is Testicular / Taco Tuesdays. Okay. Wednesday is Culture War / Woke Wednesdays. Keep in mind, all of these days also have a parentheses. Asmongold is better than you, or Asmongold knows more about politics than you, kind of like also kind of theme, just to keep that whole rage bait situation going. Thursday is wide open. Thursday was going to be Thoughtry Thursdays, and Twitch wouldn't allow it. And then it was going to be Thoughty Thursdays, and Twitch wouldn't allow it. So I need a name for Thursday. Like, literally, if you try to save it in Twitch, it will tell you this word is not allowed. So Thursday needs a name. Friday is Femcell Fridays / Asmongold is better than you. Saturday's for the boys, and that's just where we're going with that. And then Sunday's wide open too. So Thursday and Sunday is wide open. So if you have names for Thursday and Sunday, we're ready. We're ready. Bring it. White Guild is so over, bro. Let's go. That's the name of this. White Guild is dead. Yeah. So I'm curious about this. I haven't actually seen an Asmongold video in a minute, so I'm actually curious about this. Asmongold commenting on racism and the hard R. Let's fucking go, bro. Let's fucking go. Now, I will say, 1, I have to use the restroom, and 2, I have to get another drink, but I will be listening to this entire thing. I'm going to start playing it now, so you guys are not left in the dust here. And, yeah, let's just fucking go. So, I will be back in 2 minutes. And, but I will be listening the entire time, so. Let's see what happens. Let's go, Asmongold. Let's go.
So I wanted to make like a full thoughts video on this and talk about it, but I'll probably just watch this. So apparently, again, we've had competitive racism, And right now, this woman has raised over $500,000. There's some people that are trying to donate money to Carmelo Anthony in order to like even the score, but she's already overtaken him. Yep, this is, yes, we have competitive ranked racism now, gentlemen.
So something very interesting has happened in the United States. I'm trying to think of a very delicate way of putting this.
You know.
But it seems, honestly, that just a lot of white people in America have just had enough of the way that they are treated and are expected to respond to ethnic minorities, in particular black people. Now, I want to be clear that
we've had like things are actually heating up. Like we're gearing up for like a race war a little bit, right? People popping off. Fair, you think? I think it depends on the person, right? Like, I think that really the problem is that when a person is displaying and exhibiting antisocial bad behavior, that antisocial bad behavior is bad objectively regardless of their race. That's it. And so, like, the problem is when somebody observes or does antisocial bad behavior, like, you know, stealing or being violent or being rude or whatever, and then they're not treated like they should be, basically.
In any way encouraging any kind of racial abuse. I do not agree that we should be racially abusing each other at all. But there is a racial angle to this issue and this story.
It's totally race related. It's not, there's not a racial angle to it. It's the whole thing.
And I can't properly talk about it without acknowledging that that's the case.
It absolutely is.
So this image is a still from a video that features a young lady, a young mother, called Shiloh Hendricks. Now, I'm not going to play the video because...
I wonder why.
In it, she repeatedly uses the N-word because an autistic 5-year-old boy apparently stole something out of her baby bag, and she, I guess, had just kind of snapped. She just kind of had it. And she started calling this boy the N-word. And this was recorded by a Somalian man who was, for some reason, loitering around the kids' park, which we'll get to in a minute. And she was just completely unrepentant. She was like, no, I said what I said. I'm not going to apologize. I'm basically absolutely done with the way that these things keep happening in the United States.
Yeah.
And I think this really resonated with a lot of people. And that, one might think...
I think what resonated with a lot of people is that I think that it is an active, like, beyond it being just like, you know, there's like racist people that are donating to it. I think that there is a large amount of people that are tired of seeing cancel culture where a person gets recorded getting mad about something and then they systematically have their life destroyed by people on the internet with malicious intent. Yeah, the video and the publishing of her, like, for example, like publishing her real name, publishing her address, the only purpose that serves is to harass her and put her life in danger. That's it. That's the only reason. There's no other reason for that to exist.
Should provoke a national conversation in America about what the standards are for white people and black people, because they're not the same. And we have seen repeatedly standards for black people that would never be accepted for white people and vice versa. And it's, of course, not in the white people's favor. And I think that I honestly think that part of the issues that people have with the black community stem from this permissiveness about letting them do things that are just otherwise unacceptable in what is supposed to be an integrated mixed race society.
Well, it's antisocial abusive behavior, and it's bad no matter who does it. And I think that's really the problem of what happens, is that when a person is exhibiting antisocial, abusive, violent behavior, there doesn't have to be a race component to this. And if you're defending it and like drawing excuses and making excuses for it because these people somehow, you know, there's a Venn diagram with identity and, you know, like you are in that Venn diagram with them, you're just excusing a person being a piece of shit
by liberal standards. And I think this drives a lot of white separatist thoughts. Because, I mean, ultimately, why wouldn't you come to the conclusion that if you're being treated by one standard, another group of people are being treated by another standard, and their standard is not only superior to your own, which is bad enough as it is, but it also hurts your community, you can see why people would be bothered about that, and they wouldn't want any more of this. Anyway, so the original
I actually think that the reason why this whole thing blew up and the Ghost Send Me, like the Ghost Send Go, or wherever the fuck it is, the reason why it blew up, it's obviously just because of the Carmelo Anthony thing. I think if the Carmelo Anthony fund hadn't happened, this wouldn't have happened either. I feel like you needed one for the other to happen. It's kind of like one wrong turn deserves another. Everyone's tired of double standards. Yeah. And especially because this one, there's like really no defending it. That like, you can say that it's really bad for like, and like, yeah, it's super fucking trailer trash behavior to sit around and call like a 5-year-old kid the N-word. It's disgusting to do that. But there is no universe in which this is even close to stabbing somebody in the chest and killing them. There's not even like it's not even 1/100th of the problematic behavior. We shouldn't stab him. Yeah, it's not even remotely close. He was 10 years old. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, even if it was an adult, it's still like, you shouldn't say that to somebody. It's distasteful behavior. It's bad. It's distasteful. It's racist. I don't agree with it, right? And so, yeah, but he stole from her? Yeah, but that's also bad. Like, the thing is, like, you can do two bad things, right? Like, he's a piece of shit and she's a piece of shit. If you're 10 years old and you're stealing people out of other people's, stealing things out of other people's bags, you're a piece of shit kid. You are. And you probably have piece of shit parents, too.
Top Korean says, yeah, fair enough, because during the LA riots, he was guarding...
You're a piece of shit kid, bro. Asmongold, no holds barred, bro. Asmongold just goes for it.
His shop roof while black people rioted, burned down and beat to death some white people because of Rodney King. And like I said, this can only go on forever, for so long, and people are going to start really, really, really getting resentful. Now, the chap who was filming was apparently an accused sex offender from Somalia. He was, he and someone else will appear in court on May the 5th after being accused of raping a 16-year-old after offering her a place to stay.
That's a lot.
Right. So
that's a whole lot.
An accused paedophile is wandering around a kid's play park and films this.
I feel like that shouldn't happen. Yep.
Why is he there exactly?
Mm-hmm.
That strikes me as a bit weird, especially as in his defense, he says, well, I didn't do anything wrong. I've been accused. Someone says, why did a 16-year-old accuse you of picking her up at a whatever?
So wait, so he's oh, this guy is a retard. He's responding about his pending court case on Instagram? Oh, no. Yeah, he going to jail for sure. He done.
After she ran away from home after you brought her back to a house and they accused you of raping her. And he says when she went back to her foster home, she wanted to play the victim card so attention could not get into trouble. She later said that she was
attention could not get into trouble. Okay.
Assaulted and admitted, presumably, that she hadn't after she ruined our lives.
Later admitted.
Now, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to take him at face value on that because, frankly, I mean, he's not a young man. What are you doing grooming 16-year-olds?
Why were you in contact with the 16-year-old in the first place? Why did this even happen? Like, because it's like, so if the debate is about whether the rape happened or not, can we ask the question, take a step back, why were you even with her in the first place? I don't know. He wanted to make her cupcakes? Surely.
Just saying, in my country, we have some experience of older foreign Muslim men who spend a lot of their time trying to pick up teenage girls, vulnerable teenage girls who are in foster homes and things like this. Hardly respectable gentlemen is the point. So anyway, why this accused sex offender is hanging around at this park is a question I don't have an answer for.
I do.
But anyway, so after this, Shadow Hendrix started a give, send, go.
Right.
Because she wanted to help protect her family. Because, as she says, we've been put into a dire situation. I recently had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag at a park. I called the kid out for what he was. Another man who recently found has a history of law enforcement proceeded to follow me and record me and follow me to my car. He then posted these videos online, which caused my family and myself great turmoil. She got doxxed. A lot of her stuff has been circulated online, apparently. And she's got problems. And so she created a fundraiser. Initially, it was for $20,000. Then it sailed past that, so then it was for $250,000. And now she's raised it to $1 million, and she's on $350,000.
$558,000. Little correction there. Editor's note. Yeah, it's even more.
Almost. Which is remarkable. Because this story seems to have caught the attention of the white separatist Twitter, and they have decided that no, they are going to use this in the way that the black community uses their fundraisers. And I think that Dissident West
See, it's exactly what I said. It's exactly what I said. An equal and opposite reaction. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it.
Is correct that what is happening right now is basically a proxy race war. This coming so quickly after the Carmelo Anthony incident.
That's what it is.
And the manifest injustice that came from that. I can see why a lot of people are angry, right?
Of course.
And again, just other Austin Metcalf, the lad he killed.
Of course, because the only reason why people were donating to Carmelo Anthony was because of race. If you read all the comments, 80% of the comments had some sort of allusion to race politics in them. The entire reason why it was a story was because the different races. That was bad. It was very bad.
Action. Internet, I don't know what. I'm just gonna call you Antoinette? Antoinette, maybe. Anti-NATO action. I'll just call you NATO. That's what I'm gonna call you. Terry, see ya. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Come back whenever you want. I know I've seen you before, so. But NATO, welcome in. How you doing? Welcome in. And thank you for just doing one of those things where it's like, hey, how you doing? What's going on? Some people are just come in guns a-blazing with their fucking opinion. It's like, well, no, you skipped a step. You skipped a step, all right? How about, hey, hello, how are you? I appreciate that. Welcome in, NATO. We just had a good conversation, hours long. I want to say it was probably about a 3 or 4 hour conversation with Casey Lee about several different topics, and now I'm just kind of wandering the Appalachian wasteland here in 76, and getting Daddy Asmongold's take on this recent white lady that dropped a hard R on a kid in a playground. So good times, but welcome in.
Wouldn't this be a reaction to Kyle Rittenhouse? Well, no, because he was a white guy that killed other white guys. The thing is that there are a lot of bad actors that are both white and black.
It's crazy what people think about Kyle Rittenhouse. Look, I don't know if you're a fan. You don't have to be a fan of Kyle Rittenhouse, okay? I don't care if you're a fan of Kyle Rittenhouse or not. But I saw a clip. I saw a clip recently where there was a bunch of people arguing about Kyle Rittenhouse, but the thing is that they didn't know they didn't know. They thought that Kyle Rittenhouse had actually killed black people. Where was it? I don't know if it was on Twitch or excuse me, YouTube or Instagram. Let me see. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Kyle Rittenhouse was a 17-year-old white boy that murdered 2 to 3 black kids in Michigan. Here's an entire panel of black people in the year 2025 who have no freaking clue that Kyle Rittenhouse didn't kill a single black person.
One thing, I just want to answer your question. Who killed who or whatnot. Kyle Rittenhouse was 17 years old, white boy that murdered two or three black kids in Michigan during a protest. He was acquitted on all charges. Jordan Penny, I think that's his name. He choked out that black homeless man on a train in New York recently. Was also acquitted of charges. So, and I guess
neither one of those was killed. Stop.
You know, but he was pointing out like why there could be. I know you don't think it's true, but there could be like a sense of white power supremacy in this country, because sometimes when white people do certain crimes, they're not held to the same extent as black people or other people do. And so you were asking him to give names. I gave you 2, and one was actually the same age as the guy, the black boy that just killed the white guy. And he was acquitted of all his charges. He was also a 17-year-old white boy in Wisconsin.
Happens all the time.
And it's like, well, why was he acquitted when he actually murdered someone? You all are saying that,
because they didn't murder anybody.
They did, though. What do you mean?
No,
Kyle
they didn't.
Rittenhouse definitely murdered 2 or 3 people. Are you familiar with the story?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you can't just make that statement then, because
So
you're
I
not.
absolutely can, because if the court of law determined that they was acquitted of the charges, then that means that he's not a murderer.
No, that means that the system worked in his favor based on who he was, because that wouldn't have worked.
You can't just automatically say somebody is when they not, when they got tried in the court of law.
Okay, and the law is always fair, right? And the law is always fair, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely it is in this situation.
I'm gonna tap out. I'm done now.
Because if the evidence is showing that he's not guilty, then why would I say that he's not guilty?
One thing.
I mean, even the guy defending Kyle Rittenhouse is wrong, because he doesn't even know the story. He doesn't know that there was no black people involved. I mean, there was black people around, but there was no black people involved in the Kyle Rittenhouse situation in terms of, who got shot. But it's crazy. It's crazy that people can have like entire panels and conversations about that. With all the fucking talk about misinformation out there, like this is fucking blatant misinformation. Kyle Rittenhouse didn't kill anybody that was black, so I mean it's crazy. Anyways.
That use like that roach that attached himself to Carmelo Anthony's family, who beat up a toddler, who stole a car, who was in jail. Like this guy was playing Grand Theft Auto for the last 10 years. And then he just decided to be a minister. And now he's helping a kid that stabbed another kid in the heart. And so absolute fucking roach. And so this guy, maybe game recognized game. And this guy is just simply another version of an opportunist. And it radicalizes a lot of people when you have guys like that get involved in these causes and they weaponize them to make themselves look good.
And a lot of people are saying things like no more white guilt, no more white shame. This is the only way forward. Why should they have to live with this kind of burden?
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that actually a lot of it is, I
think that there is a meta-level problem in America where antisocial, mentally ill, obnoxious, annoying behavior is considered acceptable in general. Like, for example, like that woman who was like crashing out, people that are scratching things on Teslas in general. I think that we need to have more public accountability and a higher degree of public decorum, because I don't want to live in a PvP server. I don't want to have to deal with people that are being violent or abusive or loud or obnoxious. Like, why is it that everybody else in the world has to live in a place that is created and made worse by really, like, what percentage of people are really causing this problem? Like 3%. 3% of these people are causing all of these problems. Hold them fucking accountable. 30%? No, that's retarded. All black. I know what you're doing. Everybody knows what you're doing. Well, not everybody, but I do. Not all black people act like this either. It's also not in black people's best interest that this happens either. It's not. It's bad for everyone. And I hate how people constantly keep making excuses for antisocial destructive behavior, which is what's happening.
Just self-love, right? Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, they aren't saying we hate black people. They're saying we like white people.
Well, they're saying
which is quite different to what was going on Carmelo's one. Before we get to that, though, she's been reported to the police, even though I'm sure that what she's done in America isn't actually a crime.
What?
Because of the First Amendment. I'm reasonably sure she can say anything she likes.
Yeah, of course.
Within reason. And it's interesting that Give Go decided to wipe the comments on Carmelo's one. So, for example, if you go to his, where he raised $500,000 for murdering a young lad who was white.
Allegedly.
Totally unreasonable.
Free my boy opinion. Carmelo. He didn't do nothing.
Frankly. And brutal. And the comments are all gone. You don't get to see the messages.
Yeah, what a surprise.
Just the donors. Very interesting. Because I think a lot of people noticed that, as Callum has pointed out, Carmelo's mentions, the comments that went along with it, were anti-white hate.
Well, that sounds pretty bad. That sounds really bad. Yeah, this is great. The Carmelo trial will be the new OJ. I don't really think so. I feel like it's going to be so short. It's going to be so easy. It's going to be like fucking 5 minutes. And then it's going to be over. I'll be right back. We're back.
Hatred. I mean, death to the white man. How much worse can you get? Whereas with hers, it's, good luck. I hope you're okay. The tone is so obviously different.
I would disagree with this point. I think that both of the tones, I mean, guys, they were literally spelling it in the top donations. Come on. They're fucking racist. Like, what are we doing here? Is obvious spelling what? I don't know.
Again, if you're upset that in less than 5 years America went from supporting George Floyd to supporting Shiloh Hendricks, you're really not going to like what comes next. Yeah, well, I mean, people, I think, are really annoyed. I mean, this is just...
I think people were disgusted at the blatant and obvious injustice of a kid stabbing another kid with a knife and killing him, and then raising $500,000 as if this is somehow somebody that just got caught on the wrong side of the road. People were so... And the problem is that there's nothing that radicalizes people more than double standards and unfairness. Monkeys can perceive unfairness. People are really good at it. And you're not going to gaslight them until thinking it's not going to happen.
That justice is denied when the races are of a certain tone, when the races are a certain kind. It's just not acceptable. And the black community is not happy about this.
What's this?
For example, let's have a listen to this.
What's this?
And you guys raised $250,000 for her? I am beyond disturbed. White people should not be forced to live among monkeys.
Ooh, whoa.
Black fragility.
Oh my God. Get off the internet.
Oh, man.
Really, for your own mental health, get off the fucking internet. if you're almost going to get emotional over a comment, and also by the way, this is also most likely performative because she recorded herself. She could have re-recorded this if she got it emotional. So she either did it and she wanted it to be in there or she faked it. Either way, this wasn't unintentional, okay? Anyway, get off the fucking internet. There's people that are racist on the internet. This isn't new.
Is getting pretty tiring. Sometimes to be accurate, you have to use unpleasant speech. White advocacy. I want to say that I'm shocked.
Why? You're shocked that people are racist? What the hell are you talking about? I guarantee you, if you had a conversation with this woman about Donald Trump or 50 other topics, the police, she'd be talking about how America's racist, everybody's racist, everybody's racist. So what is it? So you think everybody's racist? So were you lying then or are you lying now? It's just so stupid.
But I'm not shocked. I'm angry.
Okay. I mean, again, I'm sorry, but this man...
Do you think people were angry about this? People were really angry about this. Absolutely.
Murdered someone. This man obviously went looking for trouble.
Where's her video about this? And this is a good question, right? This is the problem that I think a lot of people have. Where is the video? I saw there was this one guy. I actually commented on this today, or it was actually yesterday on Twitter. I'll pull it up real quick and we'll look at it. And so this guy right here, Brian Krasenstein, he's a notorious retard on Twitter. And he's complaining, please share and tag Give, Send, Go. They're a Christian crowdfunding platform. You don't give a fuck about Christianity. You're just trying to use people's religion against them to subvert their goals. That's all you're doing. You don't care about the religion. You're just using it against them to make them try to listen to you. And so I said this. I was like, pathetic Karen, can I speak to the manager behavior? Where was this tweet when Carmelo Anthony Give, Send, Go hit 500K? In what universe is calling someone a word worse than stabbing someone in the chest with a knife and killing them? Both or neither should be removed. So I have literally no sympathy, and I'm not willing to listen or have any sort of credibility given to a person who's complaining about this new Give, Send, Go if they do not have documented evidence complaining about this one too. I don't. That's it. And why should I? It's obviously fucking biased. He made his day with the engagement fee. Good job. Maybe he can have enough money to buy Starbucks.
And murdered someone.
Mm-hmm.
And in response, he raised $500,000 with many comments like this, whereas she said a word...
Well, there's bad actors on both sides. There's people that are racist on both donation pages. It's obvious. Like, I mean, fuck, you can just see that. You could see that instantly.
Don't get me wrong. I don't think that she should be calling a 5-year-old child the N-word.
It's disgusting.
But a 5-year-old child often is not not very well so.
Any 5-year-old that's doing something like that, it's probably a result of bad parenting.
Socialized. A lot of the time they do things that they shouldn't do, and sometimes they do things they know they shouldn't do, and they do them anyway. Trust me, I know. So I don't think that her response was in isolation reasonable, and I don't think she should have done it.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to condemn people who, in a wider context, understand that there's something greater going on here. Again,
no, it's the double standard is the problem. That's why people are angry. They're angry about the double standard that you can raise $500,000 for a murderer, but you can't raise $500,000 for a word. There's no universe where that makes sense.
Like, sorry.
That's it.
It was just speech.
And again, these people, like, if you go back and you watch my video about Carmelo Anthony, I said their Carmelo Anthony thing was stupid and bad. I don't think I ever said they had to shut it down or they should shut it down. I think maybe I did, but I said that the GoFundMe should have been shut down because it was against the TOS. But I didn't really care about people raising money. They're just going to find ways to give money anyway. So, like, I was actually one of the only people that was consistent about this. Where, like, both of these are bad and both of these are destructive. But you can't. The thing is that I'm not going to harbor a unique energy for one and not the other. Either they're both bad or neither are bad. And if you're only expressing that one is bad, you don't care about racism. You care about winning.
Oh, man.
This was a murder.
Asmongold's going hard
and
at
it's
the paint.
hardly unique. It's hardly alone in the dynamics of it. And man, there were loads and loads and loads of people like this. There was a thread, in fact, of it. Where have I got? Yeah, there we go. There's just a thread of them, furious, absolutely furious, and trying to get her deplatformed from.
Like Asmongold watching a Sargon video is like Inception levels of fucking right-wing rabbit holeism. Who was it? Somebody the other day was like Brett Weinstein. Brett Weinstein is alt-right. And I was sitting there just being like, no, he's not. He's not alt-right. He's just like a fucking he's somebody who was pushed to this fucking, like, where he exists politically now is probably just like libertarian, basically, which, you know, is basically a Nazi to, you know, a lot of people nowadays. But he's basically just a libertarian. You know, he's not a Republican. He's not a conservative. You know, more than likely, I'm pretty sure he voted for Trump, but that doesn't mean he's fucking right wing or alt right. Alt right is like you're talking alt right. You're talking about like Nick Fuentes type territory. Same thing with like Asmongold. Asmongold just does not seem like right wing at all. It just doesn't. It just doesn't matter what the political perspectives indicate anymore, because, you know, if you can just you know, attribute everything to the Overton window or whatever, then everybody's a Nazi except for you guys. You know. And but I can put myself into somebody's shoes who comes from that perspective, and looking at this video, watching Asmongold critique Sargon take and be like, this is the most Nazi shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, I'm sure Vosh will watch this video at some point and be like, this is the second coming of Hitler right here. This video is Hitler. You should be worried about this, like, intensely. Meanwhile, you have, I mean, Sargon is obviously like very right wing, but he's also atheist. So there's like this like cushion to absorb some of that right wing shock. And Asmongold, I don't know much about Asmongold, but he seems like he would have been very politically centrist until he, you know, gave some takes on Palestine a few months ago, and now he's fucking, he's implementing all of Hitler's, you know, whatever he wanted to do, you know, whatever they are. Yeah, there's an inception level of right wingism happening here that I can imagine anybody else looking at this and being like, okay, yeah, no credibility here whatsoever.
Give, send, go.
Well, this is what they do. This isn't a race thing, but this is just what people like this do. Is that because they can't win in the free marketplace of ideas, and they have people that disagree with them, instead of trying to approach and listen to the people that disagree with them and beat them in that free marketplace of ideas, they have to deplatform and destroy them systematically to prevent them from being able to express themselves. That's what happens. I commented about you under this video earlier, calling you a fence sitter. I'm not a fence sitter. I've made my opinion on this extremely clear. It's just not true.
Time of recording have not deplatformed her.
Well, actually, let me add, you're too moderate.
You're too moderate.
You're
too moderate.
Right now, if I can find it. Where the hell did it go? If I can find this person's comment.
You're too moderate.
I'll see why you said I was a fence sitter. Yeah, okay. So Berger, why am I a fence sitter? What about me what about what I'm saying here is fence sitter behavior? I said that you were calling both funding bad. Do you think that one of them is good? Let's move on.
So honestly, I mean, You know, like I said, I don't agree with what she's done, but I can understand that she probably doesn't have a huge amount of money.
Well, no, it's fucking retarded. You really think that she should be deplatformed, but not the kid that stabbed somebody with a fucking knife? Under what universe should she be deplatformed, but not him? It's crazy. This is, you know what this, it's actually kind of funny, because this is the exact same problem that Twitch has. In what universe does Tectone get banned for calling Frogan fat, but Frogan doesn't get banned for calling Ludwig a cracker? Well, I'll tell you the universe. A racist, biased, unfair one. That's why it happened.
He lives in a rough area.
Both or neither. I will never respect rules that are not applied evenly. Because they're not rules. And neither should you. You should not listen to, respect, or care about anybody's opinion if they're not applying what they believe in a consistent manner. Because they obviously then they don't believe it.
Atheist is common.
And why else would you be at a park where Somali
using Islam? Yeah,
accused sex offenders of prowling?
Exactly. Grand Design's nail in the head.
Sorry, you know, this is just too damn bad.
Yeah.
Just too damn bad. I mean, again, if the standard wasn't so evidently set by this community, then maybe I would have more of a problem with it.
I also want to make one thing clear. I've said this multiple times. I'll say it again. I think that this is a subset of a subset of a subset of a community. I don't think that the people supporting Carmelo Anthony are in any way representative of black people as a whole. And I think no one is, because each person is an individual, and you shouldn't give collective guilt or collective innocence to any group of people based off of an immutable characteristic that they can't control. I think that's disgusting. The fact is that there's a lot of black people out there that see this and find it to be just as distasteful as you do. In the same way that people like me, I see the donations to this girl, and I also find them to be very distasteful also. This is the way that normal people think. If you go to Walmart and you show this to 50 people, most people are going to say, damn, that's fucked up. This entire premise that this is some kind of really big issue is created by a small minority of radicalized freaks on the internet. Again, keep in mind, the person who was pushing Carmelo Anthony the hardest had a rap sheet that would have gotten him 5 stars in Grand Theft Auto. Absolute parasite, fucking piece of shit person. Honestly, I don't know how he's not still in jail. In my opinion, if I see somebody with that many arrests and that many charges, you should just be in jail for the rest of your life.
Oh my God.
Bro, you've had enough chances. What are we doing? He's still out? Yeah.
If we didn't see this repeatedly, and this is not the first time, there have been many others. The George Floyd fundraisers were, again, eye-opening, absolutely eye-opening, that the level of resentment many people in the black community hold towards the white community, even though...
I don't agree with his comparison to George Floyd. I think that it's a very big difference whenever it's a police officer with qualified immunity that's exercising something that people perceive to be racially motivated. I think that's a very, very big difference. Obviously, I think that it's kind of it's a matter of dominoes. And I think that the George Floyd thing was a domino that led to this, but I don't find it to be equivalent.
I don't think the white community in America deserves it at all. I think they're insanely tolerant people generally. And what they're upset about is a lack of tolerance. Yeah. People have decided that, no, we're just going to speak out against what you're doing.
There should be no tolerance for antisocial, abusive, loud, thievery behavior in public, regardless of who's doing it. The people who do it should be immediately arrested, and the biggest victims of it are the people that are in the community that it's happening in. That's it. You're hurting them the most by not holding these people accountable.
And it's driving them mad. How dare you? Well, I mean, how dare you? And so people are pointing out this, and I'm just going to read this from Chad Crowley, because I think it does accurately summarize why Shiloh was able to raise so far $750,000. For years, the pattern was held. A white person makes a comment, sometimes crude, sometimes merely unfashionable. A video is clipped, stripped of context, and cast into the digital coliseum.
There's no real context that would make this good.
Crowd demands penance. Doxing follows. Then come sponsors, employees, the journalists.
I also don't think that this is uniquely a white person thing. I think that this is a cancel culture thing. But if you replace this when a person makes a comment, I don't think that this is exclusive to white people. It's something that happens overall. And I do think that a lot of people that are supporting and donating to this, it is effectively a protest on cancel culture in itself. That's like irrespective of race for some people.
It's always the same. Apology, groveling, ruin. This is not justice. Canceling? It never was. It is a moral spectacle, basically a purification ritual for the postmodern West, where the cleansing agent is white submission. The apology is not meant to be accepted, but to affirm the guilt of the group. The goal is not reconciliation, but re-education, humiliation, and silence. Also catharsis for the black community. But this time, it was the case of Shiloh Hendricks. The script cracked. Her personal details were posted. She received death threats. Her children were targeted, and yet she did not capitulate. She did not appear on camera with a quivering voice and downcast eyes. She launched a fundraiser, and white people responded. Not the media, not the institutions, not the credential class, but ordinary white people. Tens of thousands poured in to support her.
And I also want to say that I think that the long-term effects of this, like as somebody who grew up in the 90s and the 2000s, where identity politics was not the first and foremost thing that was discussed and considered, and everybody could be super excited to watch a movie about a black guy and a Chinese guy, solving crimes together with Rush Hour. And white families would be super excited to take their kids there. I watched it in movie theaters myself. Like I remember when this wasn't as big of a deal. I do not think that a resurgence of race awareness and race solidarity is a net positive for the society. I think it's actually a very big net negative. But the reality is that you can't just get mad at one group for expressing race solidarity. It's either all bad or it's all good. You can't make selective judgments on it. Good times? Yeah, no. And the thing is, like, you guys, a lot of you guys are around my age, right? You remember the golden age, right? The good days. This doesn't get us closer to the good days at all.
Goes beyond cancel culture because
which is what's sad.
Being investigated by
but it's inevitable considering what's already happened.
Platform. Give Send Go, not GoFundMe, which obviously bans these things, reported over 250,000 raised in days. These were not donations, these were the stirrings of something new. Each dollar said, we see what you're doing and we are done pretending.
Yeah.
This is more than the defense of one woman, this is a rejection of the moral framework that made her a target. The Hendricks affair is not the first of its kind, but it is one of the first to end differently. No apology, no resignation, no collapse, instead resistance. And more than anything else, that signals a shift. Ritual is breaking, and with it the spell of white guilt. And this, I am genuinely annoyed. I mean, I'm just furious, frankly, at the way that what's his face is the stab man's father was treated. Right? It's just genuinely awful because he was as contrite over this Carmelo murdering his son as anyone could possibly have been. I mean, he was openly forgiving. Like his mother, the lad's mother was just like, well, I don't want to forgive. And I tell you what, if it was one of my sons, I wouldn't forgive either. But he did everything he could according to the script. He did everything he could, everything he thought he was supposed to do, and he wasn't accepted by the black community. He wasn't. They didn't say we're sorry. They didn't. The family of Carmelo didn't say I'm sorry, but we stole your son forever. And so yeah, people are glad to see.
Yeah, people are really mad at this guy for just basically accepting that it happened. That's true.
I was like, you know what? I don't care. I'm not having this. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I mean, I can't bring it myself to condemn this. I'm not, like I said, I don't endorse it at all. I don't think you should be calling anyone the N-word. I don't think that calling children slurs is a good idea either. And honestly, I think
obviously not a good idea to call little kids slurs. Like, unless you're on Xbox Live, then it's mandatory.
The current moral lock that one community has on another in the United States is just wrong. It's just wrong. The same standard should be applied to both. Like, Carmelo should not have been allowed to raise $500,000 on the back of "we hate white people, death to white people."
I think he should have. People have freedom of association. It's their money. They should be able to do whatever the fuck they want with their money. I agree with it. I think it's totally fine for him to have a fundraiser. I do. This is the United States of America. It's lawful but awful. Yeah.
Not be permitted. And you
so
should
fundraise for terrorism? No. No, it's different.
Expect some kind of response if that is permitted, because you're setting the rules of the game as black people can do what they want, and if they do something terrible to you, they can raise huge amounts of money, and white people just have to accept that, and that's not fair, and nobody's going to accept it.
Yeah, people are that's shit. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's really what I think is going to happen. Is people just are not accepting it, regardless of whether you think they should or not. They're just not accepting it. Period. They're not putting up with it. Somebody says, how is it different? Well, number one, so like, let's make a direct comparison. If a terrorist was put in jail, like let's say Luigi, I think Luigi's a good example maybe. If you are giving money to a legal defense for Luigi, I think that you have every constitutional right to do that. I also have my constitutional right to call you a retard. But both of these things can cancel each other out. Because Luigi was a terrorist? He is. He was a terrorist. And so that's a direct comparison, I would say. Sir versus Terran? Yeah, I don't know. But I feel like, again, these kinds of things are not really good for anybody. And I think that the end result for this, like Sargon, like I agree with some of the things that he was saying. Some of the other things, like maybe not really so much. But I do think that this is definitely it's a turning point. And I think that it's going to be, and I've said this before, right? I said this like years ago even, that when people actually start playing the race games, it will be bad for everyone. Everyone will lose when everybody starts playing race games. And now it's happening all over the place. It's happening constantly. So yeah, Luigi was terrorist fighting for a cause that I kind of agree with. Listen, the thing is though, like there are oftentimes people get shot for things that I'm like Rip Bozo for. Like, I'll tell you that I just say it myself. Like, sometimes people get shot for some bullshit and I'm like, yep, there it is. But like, it doesn't mean that you can't just let it happen, right? I mean, so true. Yeah, 100%, man. Don't you think she was lucky that there was no other man there? I know some place you say this, you'll be on the ground really quick, beaten to death. Like, so if somebody like punched her or like hit her for like saying the N-word, I feel like if that had happened, it would have been an even worse and even bigger response than it was. Like, if there was, like, you're talking about, like, theoretically, like, if some black person was there and they heard her say that, or somebody who was offended was there and they heard her say that, and they beat her up for saying that, I actually think that it would have been probably 10 times the negative response, and it would have been 10 times worse than what it was. Over a word? Yeah, if you're hitting somebody over a word, you need to go to jail. Like, that's just the way it is. You just can't have that happen. And so, yeah, 10 times the money. Yeah, they would have. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I at that point, I might have donated. Like hitting somebody and beating somebody over a word, that's outrageous.
I would have donated.
If you're hitting somebody who needs to go to jail. Yeah, exactly. And I think this is kind of like the point that I was making is that there's been like an ongoing like movement, I think, to allow socially unacceptable, antisocial, obnoxious, rude behavior to just be normalized in public. And I think that we actively need to work against that. Like, you know, people yelling in public, people that are like going in there with a speakerphone in an area. Like, we need to normalize telling these people, get the fuck off the train, get the fuck out of the building, you know, get off your phone when you're ordering, stop acting this way. It's not normal and it's not okay. I think we really need to really need to rationalize that or normalize, excuse me.
Oh man. Oh man. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Well, it was fun.
Welcome to a special debate edition.
I want to watch that. This is what I'm probably going to watch tomorrow. This is a debate on feminism between internet right-wing guy versus internet feminist guy. So But thank you, Shane, Grand Designs, Terry, NATO, Conrad, Krail, Nader, everybody. I appreciate it. I'm going to send you over to Nikki, who looks like she's doing some, possibly some Russia-Ukraine stuff. So if you're into that, strap yourselves in. And yeah, I'll be on later today. So I'll see you guys later. We need mandatory separate areas for kids inside airplanes, train cars, buses. We avoid loud noise and mayhem kids can create. Yes, I agree. I agree. I agree. All right, go have fun with Nikki. I'll see you guys later. Peace.
Way to Moscow because there's only 300 kilometers. And so this is the defense. And on one hand, they